Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Anna Bradnam, and I'm the Vice Chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you to the Joint Development Control Committee meeting taking place today at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, the 17th of August, 2022. Just briefly to say, I'm standing up to chair this committee because our chair is currently away on holiday. Other members of the committee present are Councillors Flaubert, who I believe has not yet quite arrived. We'll welcome her when she does. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, Councillor Porra, and Councillor Thornborough from the city, Councillor Fain, Councillor Hawkins, and Councillor Garvey from South Cambs District Council. And we'll welcome any members arriving late. So, apologies have been, the agenda item 1 is apologies, and apologies have been received from City Councillors Simon Smith, Councillor Carling, who may arrive late, and Councillor Scott, and from South Cambridgeshire, Councillor Stobart, Councillor Khan, and Councillor Richard Williams. And people stepping up as alternates are City Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, thank you, and South Cambridgeshire Councillors, Councillor Garvey, attending as alternates in the chamber. The quorum for this meeting, you'll all recall, members, is 3 members from each authority, so we have that number at present. As apologies have been received from the committee's chair, we need to elect a city vice chairman for this meeting only, this time in order to maintain the political balance and so that decisions are made in accordance with the conventions of the Joint Committee constitution. So I'd like to propose Councillor Katie Porra, if that's okay. Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Sorry, sorry, Councillor Thornborough. I'm sorry, I slipped my slip. Forgive me, I meant Councillor Thornborough. I do apologise. So, can we have a seconder? Thank you, both from...
Chair, I'm happy to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood. Sorry for the mix-up. Okay, so the officers permanently at the table for this meeting are the Strategic Sites Delivery Manager, Philippa Kelly, the Legal Advisor, Keith Barber, where are you, Keith? The Committee Manager, James Goddard, and the producer, Claire Tunnicliffe. Thank you very much all. There will be other officers and public speakers joining us through the course of the meeting, and I'll introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. So just a few moments of housekeeping, please. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Sorry, could I just also point out that I'm not getting anything on my screen? That may be deliberate, but... Thank you. Thank you. And also I noticed that I'm not being displayed to the people who might be watching online, but that's, I don't mind not being observed, but the microphone ought to be following the speaker. So, members, when you speak to the agenda, please do try to refer to the page and paragraph number within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. Can you ensure that you've switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they don't interrupt the proceedings? When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure that your microphone is switched on, and when you finish addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone off. Speak slowly. All of us, please do speak slowly and clearly, because although we can hear each other in the room, obviously people might be listening to us online. And obviously please don't interrupt anyone. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, might be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up with the image. And please raise your hand if you wish to speak. I think we've got the wrong image on the screen, perhaps?
Chair on YouTube stream.
Okay, lovely, okay. So can those participating in the meeting via the Teams meeting indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option? Please don't use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or GDPR request. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please can meeting participants keep their microphones and cameras turned off until we come to the application we've registered you to speak about. If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. So the process for each planning application will be that the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report, and then the registered public speakers will be invited to speak. There will be normally 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I advise otherwise. And we have got a slightly different arrangement where there are a number of speakers, but I'll alert you to that at the time. The committee manager will ring a bell when the time period has passed. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. So after we've heard the public speakers, the committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer recommendation by a show of hands. So, item 2 on the agenda, please could councillors advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which report their declaration refers to. Declarations of interest in the hall. Thank you. So, Ms. Kelly, would you like to refer to, I think we have an item that we plan to defer. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair. So by way of update, in respect of item 6 on the agenda, it was drawn to our attention late yesterday afternoon that the version of the Cherry Hinton North Design Code, which accompanies the item and which forms part of the published committee agenda and the package of information circulated to members, is the original as submitted version dated 25th of May 2022, and it's not the latest updated version, which is dated 2nd of August 2022. Now, in these circumstances, officers are advising that JDCC should not proceed to determine those applications today, and that item 6 should be deferred until the next meeting of JDCC. An updated officer recommendation is therefore being put before you to defer item 6. This will enable the updated August 2022 design code to be published with the next JDCC agenda and a hard copy of the updated version to be circulated to members in advance of that meeting. If you could ask members to raise their hands in respect of that.
Members, could you indicate your agreement with that deferral? Councillor Garvey, thank you. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Flaubert is here. Thank you very much, Councillor Flaubert. So that's good to register that Councillor Flaubert is here before we look at the next item on the agenda, which is item 3. So this is 21/04036/REM, which is lots S1 and S2, Northwest Cambridge Development, Eddington Avenue, Cambridge. And please, would the Principal Planner introduce the item? Thank you. Case Officer is Guy Wilson. Thank you, Guy. You're hiding behind my screen. So sorry, I can't see. Thank you. Do go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. This is lots S1 and S2, Northwest Cambridge Eddington Development. So it's an application, it's a reserve matters application for appearance, landscape, layout and scale for 373 dwellings, access roads, cycle and pedestrian routes, cycle and car parking, landscaping, utilities, and associated ancillary structures. So just by way of updates, as sort of circulated in the amendment sheet, there's been a late representation received from former councillor Douglas Lacey, who's also chair of the Girton Parish Council, requesting a condition for that to say that the streets which cross the city and district boundary should be indicated as such, to sort of highlight the benefits of accessing services from Girton Parish Council or the equivalent services from the city to future residents. So as can be seen from this map, lots S1 and S2 are wholly within South Cambs, so officers are not proposing to, do not recommend an additional condition to that effect for this reserve voters application.
Right, did you say that the officers are not recommending that condition?
That's correct. So as I said, the proposal is for 373 dwellings within use class C3, and it's a reserve matters application for layout, scale, landscaping and appearance, with sort of key considerations being compliance with the outline plan permission, including the parameter plans, design code and associated site-wide strategies. You can see the site location outlined in red. So it forms lot S1, which is the northern part of the site, and then S2, which is the southern part of the site, and it's located on the western side of Eddington. Just to talk you through the surrounding context, you can see the plan here. So at the bottom of the map of the plan here, south east, you can see the sort of local centre and phase 1 of Eddington. This is the M1, M2 sort of FINA development, which is a sort of residential development, which is the sort of the nearest reserve matters parcel, which has been sort of built out, and that's largely completed with the last few units currently under construction. And then lot 4, which has a reserve matters approval but hasn't yet been constructed, and that's also close to the site. You can see here as well, you can see the Darwin Green development is to the east, Girton is to the north, and the M11 is to the west of the site. I don't know if I think the screen's disappeared.
Just sorting out Microsoft Teams, which is
I'll just go through that again quickly. So the M11 is to the west of the site, Girton to the north, and then Darwin Green is to the east. You can also see here the sort of temporary ridgeway, which is a cycle and pedestrian route through the site, following the line of the cursor, and then Bunkers Hill, which is an existing link through to Huntingdon Road, which the ridgeway connects onto. So just point out vehicular access to the site as well. So the primary vehicular access to the site is off Huntingdon Road, and then Eddington Avenue, and then Milne Avenue, which is an existing street which is being constructed. You can see following the line of the cursor here. And just another view to show you that the plan, the site in context. You can see the existing sort of phase 1 development on the right of the screen. You can see lot 4 sort of towards the centre, and then the ridgeway in the foreground, as well as it passes the site with the access onto the Bunkers Hill and then Huntingdon Road. You can also see sort of neighbouring properties along Huntingdon Road and sort of relationship with surrounding developments as well on this map. Just a bit of further context. So this is just looking, so to give an indication of some of the developments at Eddington for any members who aren't less familiar with the site. So This is within phase one, so you can see the part of the M1, M2 Athena development and other development lots within sort of phase one. So typically sort of 4 to 5 story sort of apartment blocks. Just some of the M1, M2 Athena housing. And lot 4, which is the nearby lot, which has reserve matters approval but hasn't yet been constructed. So that's up to 5 stories on this block, and then 3 to 4 stories elsewhere. And then this is looking towards the phase one along the Ridgeway with lots S1 and S2 on the left of the screen here. And then this is looking sort of east across S1. So you can see the Milne Avenue, which is the street which cuts through the site on the right of the screen here, and then sort of S1 with the boundaries with neighbouring properties behind. And then looking north towards, along the Ridgeway towards Bunkers Hill with neighbouring properties as well on Huntington Road. So to talk you through the site, you can see here the relationship with sort of the sort of Ridgeway and Bunkers Hill. So this just shows the indicative proposals for the Ridgeway, which will come forward as part of a future reserve matters application. You can also see the relationship with a neighbourhood park which is being constructed with the M1, M2 Athena development next to that, and then also a green corridor on this side, which will also come forward as part of a future reserve matters proposal. You can also see here, so the layout of the site with housing on the northern part of the site on S1, and then an arrangement of 4 apartment blocks arranged around a central podium with parking underneath on S2. Then just shows the sort of roof plan for the site. You can see there's a communal garden proposed above the parking podium, which would be for the use of residents. And then this also shows sort of the key access routes within the site. So you can see here Milne Avenue as it cuts through the site. There's a tertiary loop road which is proposed through S1 here, and that will have access for refuse vehicles, and we'll have some underground bin points located along it. And then there's also these side streets, which are sort of livable, defined as livable streets. So just for resident access only, to provide access to these dwellings. And then there's two sort of vehicle-free routes which cut through along S1 and S2, as well as provide pedestrians and cyclists vehicle-free routes through the site. Then on S2, there's a muse street between this row of housing and the apartment blocks, and then you can see also access to the vehicular access to the underground parking is through this street, Dobbs Terrace, and then there will be pedestrian access into the apartment blocks and the podium from around Milne Avenue, the Green Corridor, and the Ridgeway. So the proposals are for 373 dwellings. It's proposed as a build-to-rent scheme, so purpose-built for private rent. So the outline permission allows for up to 3,000 dwellings within use class C3, split 50-50 between market housing and key worker housing for university staff. This proposal will form part of delivery of market housing within the site, and it won't affect the delivery of key worker housing. So just to date, I think 686 key worker dwellings have been approved and completed within the site, and 629 market dwellings have been approved with just under 250 completed. So the intention with the scheme is to meet the demand for private rented accommodation with an estimated 35% of households in Cambridge and 15% of households in South Cambridge are living in private rented accommodation, but with only sort of limited sort of purpose-built private rented accommodation at present. So moving on to compliance with the Outline Plan Permission. So the proposals are compliant with the parameter plans. This shows the land use parameter plan. You can see here the site outlined in red. It is the yellow indicates land for use within use classes C3 and C4. The black hatching is sort of flexible use areas where sort of, and then you can see orange is collegiate housing, and then grey is academic and research uses. And you can also see on this plan, there's the sort of green corridors through the site, including the one with next to S1 and S2 here. And you can also see the line of the Ridgeway through the site here, and the local centre in purple. So this is the access parameter plan and the building heights parameter plan. You can see here the Milne Avenue and the Ridgeway, so Milne Avenue in purple, the Ridgeway in green, in relation to the site, and also the sort of building heights for the site with a maximum height of 39 metres AOD for S2 and 33.5 metres for S1. So just to talk you through some of the detail for the apartments. So the apartment blocks are proposed to be arranged in 4 blocks. So Block A, which faces the Green Corridor, Block B, which faces the Ridgeway and then turns onto Dobb Terrace, Block C, which continues along Dobb Terrace and then continues along this new street, and then Block D, which faces onto Milne Avenue and the sort of neighbourhood park beyond that. So there's a stepped access onto the podium garden here from Milne Avenue, and there's an entrance lobby as well proposed with lift access as well to the podium next to that. On the ground floor, outward-facing apartments have direct access onto the street, with other apartments above proposed to be accessed by entrance cores around the site. Just to talk you quickly through the apartment block. So this is Block A. This is the one which fronts the Green Corridor and the Ridgeway. It's proposed to be up to 5 stories. You can see here with a sort of market building next to the stepped access to the podium to kind of to mark that sort of that entrance and sort of make it clear that's kind of the key focal point of the development. And then there's this sort of arrangement of bays. You can see the detail here with this sort of grey frame and then patterned sort of buff brickwork and then sort of bronze metal work with a bronze cladding to the fifth story. Is similar, so that again fronts the Ridgeway and then turns into Dobbs Terrace. So it's sort of five stories. So you can see here it's a very similar design with a sort of a grey brick used here, and then again the sort of bronze cladding to the top floor. And Block C, which again uses that sort of grey brick and the similar frame. This is a 4-story block with the sort of top floor set back as it turns into the Mew Street. Block D, which is again a 4-story block with the top floor partly set back. That's a block which fronts the neighbourhood park, and it's again finished like Block A in this kind of patterned sort of buff brick. So this shows typical apartment layouts for the site. You can see it's within S2, the apartments are proposed to be primarily 1- and 2-bedroom apartments with sort of 3-bedroom apartments typically located on the top floors. They're all designed to the nationally described space standards, lifetime homes, and M4 Part 2 accessibility standards. All units will have access to a private balcony or terrace as well. You can see here there's the balconies, and then these top floor apartments will also have, as well as having a sort of balcony, they'll also have a terrace at the back as well. So as I set out in my report, so there's a couple, one of the areas where there's some divergence from the design code is in sort of the building heights and massing on S2. In the design code, it sets out that development should be generally up to 4 stories on the Ridgeway and fronting the Green Corridor and Neighbourhood Park, with generally 2 to 3 stories behind that. So this site does exceed that, stepping up from sort of 3 to 4 and then 5 stories on the Ridgeway and the Green Corridor. It is, however, within the maximum building heights allowed within the parameter plans of 39 metres. So in other areas, there's also frontages. So there's a bit of a difference between what the parameter plans say and what the design codes say here. So the design code specifies frontages of between 12 and 30 metres along the Ridgeway. You can see on the top left here. And then between 30 and 60 metres along the Green Corridor and Neighbourhood Park, whereas the parameter plan allows frontages of up to 150 metres. So the development is within the kind of within accordance with the parameter plan, but exceeding the guidance in the design code there. So, and obviously these 2 areas are sort of key to considering the massing and scale of the apartments, and it's been sort of subject to extensive discussion through the pre-application process and the application itself. So there's a number of elements to consider here. So the applicants are using a different treatment to the top floors, which you see in the blue areas on the bottom left here, to make top floors appear lighter and sort of break up the massing. There's also setback elements on the northern and eastern parts of the site. So you can see in the orange here, again, which help break up the massing and sort of step down the development as it towards the north. And also this pattern of projecting bays and recessed elements along the edge of the buildings as well, which again helps to break up the massing. It's also important to consider the context of the site. So you've got this wide neighbourhood park, the Green Corridor, and also the Ridgeway. So you can see the indicative proposals for the Ridgeway on the right here, with this park proposed in front of the buildings. And as such, it's not considered that the buildings will appear sort of dominant, and as sort of set out in my report, so the massing and scale of the buildings is considered acceptable. And the van will sort of step down as well to 2 stories along most of S1 as well. So that's the housing, and so won't appear dominant in relation to existing development along Huntington Road. And as such, that non-compliance with the design code is considered acceptable in this case. And then this just shows a CGI of the development to kind of show that massing. You can see the sort of different treatment to top floors, and then the setback elements to these blocks as well on the northern part of the site, and also the relationship with surrounding sort of green space as well. So it's another thing with the so the S2, sort of key benefit of the proposed layout is that it allows for this large courtyard garden, which is typically sort of 36 to 40 metres wide and it's over 100 metres long. So it's a sort of large amenity space for benefit of residents. So it can accommodate a sort of wide variety of planting, and also it has various amenities, including a pavilion building, which can be used for events, etc., by residents, and also a games court. You can see where the cursor is here as well for residents. And this space is proposed to be open during the day, so accessible to just residents of the development itself, but other residents of Eddington, etc. And then sort of secured at night to provide security for residents. And just a CGI just to show the the proposed courtyard. So another area, another area of discussion through sort of pre-app and also the application is the relationship between the apartment buildings and nearby houses along this Mews Street, particularly the impact on the sort of potential for overlooking of these gardens. So there will inevitably be overlooking of these gardens, but a key characteristic of development, which I'll come into a bit more detail in a minute, is that the gardens are supposed to be fairly open to support develop a sort of sense of community within the site. There will also be trees which provide screening to these gardens. And also important to note that most of these houses have private roof terraces as well, so they'll have that private amenity space as well as these gardens to kind of that's private amenity space. So yeah, that's considered acceptable. And then just the CGI to show to illustrate that kind of relationship between the apartments on the right here and then the Mews Street on the left. So moving on to the houses themselves, there's 3 house types proposed. So yeah, A and B are 3-bedroom houses. Again, all house types, as with the apartments, are proposed to be built to the nationally described space standards, Lifetime Homes and N42. Houses are proposed to be built using a modular construction method to achieve sort of high levels of insulation, airtightness, and also to reduce disruption during construction. So types A and B are predominant house types within the site. So as I say, so type A is a smaller 3-bedroom house with a pitched roof. You can see the layout here. Type B is a sort of a larger 3-bedroom house. So it's got this sort of central connecting bay, as well as the main sort of part of the house. And then type C is a 3-storey flat roofed house with as you can see here, there's a private roof terrace on the top floor. So between the two, so it'll be arranged as sort of semi-detached houses, and the private terraces are between the 2 houses. And so yeah, these are 4-bedroom houses. And just to show how these are arranged within the site, so red and yellow are sort of types A and B. So you can see these predominant house types within S1 with the taller 3-bedroom house, 3-storey houses along the Mews Street and also framing the end of the neighbourhood park. And just to talk about the site layout in a bit more detail. So along the edge, there's proposed to be a wet woodland corridor, which will include a swale for water management, as well as planting. And this is supposed to be this area is supposed to have restricted access, so it won't be accessible to residents. It will just be accessible for sort of maintenance, and that's to support ecology. That sits within a 20-metre offset, which is part of the design code from the boundary of the site. So all buildings will be 20 metres from the boundary. The sort of wet woodland corridor and the gardens from that 20-metre offset. You can see here there's sort of these strong frontages along the Milne Avenue and the Ridgeway, then a more informal arrangement of terrace houses within the site with these sort of fairly deep front and back gardens, and then semi-detached houses and terrace houses along the development edge. So yeah, as I mentioned in relation to the sort of Mew Street, so one of the elements of the scheme is proposed to be quite landscape led, and part of that is kind of with the sort of the approach to boundary treatments. So typically along, you can see in green here, it's supposed to be sort of 1.5 metre hedges to frame the ends of gardens, and then sort of fairly low 1.5 metre timber fences dividing gardens. So that's shown in sort of the dark blue you can see between gardens. And then in sort of areas with higher traffic, there'll be taller boundaries with, so 1.8 metre brick walls you can see in orange sort of along the key routes to provide sort of greater privacy along those routes. And the idea behind that is to allow the sort of landscape to be a sort of dominant feature within the site, and also to support sort of a sense of community and sort of allow neighbours to easily talk to each other and so on. And then again you can see this wet wooden corridor in sort of shaded in yellow here. And so one element of the modular of the homes with this sort of free modular house types is that they're supposed to have sort of blank facades with no windows or doors on the side elevations. So this has been something which has been discussed extensively through the pre-application and application process. And the sort of solution to this, which the applicants have come up with, is to use a mixture of sort of planting, so sort of espalier planting, climbing plants, public art, as well as sort of flank wall amenity features. So that's things like potting sheds, alcove benches and bookshelves on sort of flank walls to animate these sort of ends of terraces and so on. That's considered sort of an innovative sort of approach, which is supported by officers. And there's also a sort of small kiosk building which is proposed on the corner of Milne Avenue and the Ridgeway, and that could be used as a bike workshop for the benefit of residents. Is that something the applicant has identified is currently sort of missing from the site? And then just some CGIs just to illustrate the character of S1. You can see these sort of fairly low sort of boundaries and extensive planting throughout the site. So in terms of trees, there's a number of trees along the boundary, as you've seen from the sort of photographs at the beginning. These aren't subject to tree protection orders, but they are supposed to be retained. So this will be helped by the 20-metre offset to any buildings, which limits the amount of development which will be required within sort of close proximity to the boundary, with sort of the main works in this area being the construction of the swale and other drainage features. However, the protective fencing is proposed to ensure that there's no impact on the root zones of those existing trees. There are a number of trees along Milne Avenue. Most of these are proposed to be retained and will be protected during development. There are some changes which are needed to accommodate the site, and so we're rearranging sort of access off Milne Avenue and placement of parking bays and so on, and so some trees will be lost and replaced with replacement planting as part of the development. So moving on to sustainable design and construction. So all the homes are proposed to be built to code for sustainable homes level 5. So that's the equivalent of a 100% reduction in emissions, essentially, against building regulations. So it goes beyond sort of recent updates to building regulations. The site will also be connected to the district heating system and the non-potable water network with a sort of target water use of 80 litres of water per person per day. So in terms of sustainability, one issue which has been a subject of extensive discussion as well during the pre-application and application process is the amount of single aspect apartments within the development, and sort of the potential for overheating and daylighting issues which can be associated with single aspect apartments. So it's something which the developer has sort of looked at extensively, and rather than looking to eliminate single aspect apartments, they've sought to sort of eliminate the issues associated with overheating and poor daylighting as well. So they've done what's called sort of detailed parametric analysis, looking at different balcony arrangements, different glazing types and different glazing ratios, and looking at how changing those can affect daylighting performance, heating demand, and overheating risk. And through that, they've come up with sort of two broad typologies for apartments. So in the southeast and west facades, so those exposed to more sun, they're proposing this arrangement with setback balconies in front of living rooms. So those provide shading to the living area during the middle of the day to reduce overheating, and also allow. And there's also sort of side windows within the balconies, so they'll allow ventilation as well, and then sort of smaller windows to the bedrooms. And then for the sort of north and northwest facades, those with lower daylighting, there's supposed to be sort of more exposed balconies, and you've got the living room set forward, so that the larger windows and sort of the living areas used during the day will maximise sort of daylighting with the bedroom, the balcony in front of the bedrooms instead. So the applicants have also undertaken analysis using the CIBSE TM59 assessment methodology of overheating for a sample of units, and the development is compliant with the criteria under that assessment, and it's something which the officers have considered, and the sustainability officer of the council as well has also looked into, and officers are satisfied that overheating risk will be adequately mitigated without the use of mechanical cooling. There will be a small number of units which will require mechanical cooling due to the fact that they are located in areas where they're exposed to high levels of noise. So that's on I think the sort of the south and west. Particularly from the M11 sort of noise coming from that. So those units will have mechanical cooling fitted, and that's similar to other parts of Eddington. So moving on to flood risk and drainage, so the proposals are compliant with the site-wide drainage strategy and have been considered by the lead local flood authority, who have no objection to the scheme. The applicant has also undertaken exceedance testing to look at what happens in the event of a sort of a very severe flood event, which goes beyond the design criteria, and that found that sort of any sort of excess flows will be directed towards streets and not towards dwellings or outside of the site. And the process also include a number of sort of drainage features, so sustainable drainage features. So I indicated the swale along the wet woodland corridor earlier, and there's also rain gardens, permeable paving, and attenuation crates proposed across the site. So parking is another issue which has been sort of discussed in relation to this application. So on S1 here you can see parking spaces in orange and yellow. So along the development edge, parking is proposed to be on driveways, which is compliant with the design code. The design code encourages parking to be within structures, so within garages or within a basement parking or podium parking elsewhere on the site. There's a number of units that are proposed to have parking within the curtilage of the dwelling, so on driveways. So one of the key features which has changed through the pre-application scheme process has been that this sort of street along the bottom of the site where the cursor is, that's been made vehicle-free. And then so parking for these units will be within the podium kind of car park within S2. And then there's also visitor parking existing along Milne Avenue. And so I think the officers have considered that the remaining parking is well integrated within the development, and the arrangement is acceptable. And then just moving on to parking within S2, you can see there's this car park for use by residents across the site. There's also cycle parking within a series of communal stores, one for each of the blocks. So one of the issues is raised by, which needs to discuss, is sort of access to these communal cycle stores and how convenient they are. So they are located close to entrance cores and lift cores. So obviously consider that they are convenient for residents. There are a small number of units, so I think it's 24 units, which are on the ground floor, which don't have sort of rear access, so they only have access from the street. So for those residents, there will be a slightly longer walk to these communal stores, so I believe that's up to 100 metres. It's not something which can straightforward to address, as there's a sort of level change between the podium and the surrounding streets. So adding additional entrances through the blocks requires sort of quite extensive changes to the scheme, and also it affects sort of quite a limited number of units. So as well, so I think officers considered that this is acceptable. For the houses, there's also proposed to be cycle parking integrated into boundaries. So you can see on the bottom left here. So each house will have a cycle store integrated into its boundary with space for bikes, and the level of provision across the site, so that's including the houses and the apartments, is in accordance with the design code and the North West Cambridge Area Action Plan. So just moving on to some additional issues which were raised by residents. So one issue was the impact on the ridgeway and sort of rear access to existing dwellings. So you can see on this photo, there's sort of an existing access track along the rear of some of these properties on Huntington Road, and also sort of concerns about how the development will impact on the connection to Bunkers Hill. So you see here, you can see so that the site in relation to Bunkers Hill and the ridgeway, you can see houses are proposed to be set back from sort of the line of the ridgeway and Bunkers Hill. So it's not considered there'll be any impact on the delivery of the ridgeway from this development. And these proposals here are just indicative as well. So the final proposals for the permanent ridgeway will be subject to a future reserve matters application. Then construction management as well is another issue, so particularly in relation to the sort of long construction period for development. I think as is given outline consent in 2013, so it's been sort of quite a long construction programme. This is something which is determined at the outline planning stage, so through condition 52, which set construction hours between 8 AM and 6 PM Monday to Friday, and 8 AM to 1 PM on Saturdays, and which is sort of standard working hours recommended by our health colleagues. And it's outside the scope of this reserve matters application, so officers are not posing any additional controls on construction hours. And then just to finish, just some CGIs just to illustrate the sort of proposed character of the site. So this is I think block A and block D, fronting the neighbourhood park. And then this is that signature building providing an entrance to Block A and the steps up to the courtyard garden. And then just an overview of the site as well. So the recommendation is to approve the reserve matters application subject to the conditions and formalities set out in Appendix 1 of the report, and also to approve the part discharge of the outline conditions set out in the table at the end of the report, in paragraph 11.1.
Very much, Mr. Wilson, for your report. Can I just ask myself, just for some clarification, before we... I'll wait. Can I just check that we've got our microphones working properly now? Has anybody got a microphone that's displaying the vote rather than the normal Cambridge City Council logo? Okay, that's fine. To be clear, we vote by show of hands, not using the microphones. Okay, thank you very much. Right, so we now turn to public speakers, and I've exercised my discretion to extend the speaking time period for this application because we have a number of members of the public, but the agent will have an equal amount of time to speak. So the members of public speaking in support have 2 minutes per person, giving a total of 6 minutes, and that means that the applicant will also have 6 minutes to speak, although you don't have to speak for that long if you don't want to. And the committee manager will advise when the time is up. So the first objector we have is Mr. Suki Mann from the house called New Hayes on Huntingdon Road. I believe, do we have Mr. Mann with us?
Yes, you do.
Are you online?
I am.
Ah, right. Could you turn your camera on, please?
Sorry. You're on.
Lovely, thank you very much. So do go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, so my name's Dr. Sukiman. I represent the Huntingdon Road Girton residents, a significant number of long-standing properties which you don't think would exist looking at that presentation. Despite almost being a mile away from Eddington Centre, at the far end of the Ridgeway, we have been severely negatively impacted by the development over the past decade. The revised application builds upon our concerns, which you remind the committee affect real people, and we look for you to help alleviate those concerns should the application be granted. I've got 5 points to make. Number one, there is a decade or so of history to various matters, and while the final stage S3 and associated infrastructure are the applications which will particularly concern most of us being directly to the rear of our properties, all the stages so far have negatively impacted on residents and to a quite dire effect, and we are keen to minimise further unnecessary adverse consequences on existing properties through any of the remaining stages which are seeking planning permission. Number two, we are looking for a decent construction management plan so we don't have antisocial hours 6 days a week or inadvertent spoil management. We have already been affected by every stage of the development and will continue to do so. No way did anyone consider the impact on the residents when contemplating stages of the plan, which were not meant to be anywhere near us, and the standard CMP is just not adequate. Our gardens are now prone to flooding. Evidence can be provided. We believe as a result of the huge mounds created at the back of our properties where water runoff rates as well as underground water streams may have resulted in rising water tables. The huge mounds are almost a permanent feature. There was no need to even site them anywhere near existing properties. We had no opportunity to be aware or to object to them and believe they should have required detailed planning permission. Number three, what is happening to the existing large rubble mountains on the S1 and S2 site? We expect clear conditions that when removed, they are not put anywhere near us or onto the existing heaps behind us. Number four, we note the quite strange encroachment rather than redesign since the discovery of the incorrectly assumed boundary lines on the other side of the S1, S2 development. That is, the designers have quite incredibly just shifted the whole development 5 metres west due to the boundary line discovery. This increases the encroachment on Girton properties, especially once S3 is built, which the Northwest Action Plan said was to be avoided. The same goes for some of the increase in the height of some of the buildings. We are concerned that
Mann, could I just ask you to just state what your fifth point was, please?
on the fourth one.
I know, I'm asking you to say what your fifth point is.
Okay, my fifth one. Generally, we have no confidence in the university developers being a considerate neighbour or contractor, and given that the plan will most likely change anyway, given experience to date, and so need clear conditions and monitoring. We ask committee to recognise the sheer ongoing disruption.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. I think I understand your fifth point. Sorry, I've got to call a halt there. Thank you so much. We heard your fifth point, so I understood the final one to be monitoring that you wanted.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you so much. I'm now going to move on to Kathy Jenkins, who's also objecting. And Kathy, you also have 2 minutes. Are you online or in the room? Oh, sorry. Yes, do come and speak. Thank you. And you can hear I'm going to be quite strict about the time. So thank you. Very much.
Good morning.
So come a little closer to the microphone, please. Could you just come a little closer to the microphone? Thank you very much. Thank you. Do go ahead.
In your agenda documents, you say the proposal has departed from design code and permissions, but does not vary materially from the outline consent. If the applicant uses changes in circumstances to depart from these provisions, then changes can still be made to mitigate our concerns. We object to the proposal. Firstly, the local plan HQ1 criteria has been too readily set aside, particularly in relation to protecting neighbours and responding to the local context. As can be seen in this plan, there's an inequality in the treatment of the northern and eastern boundary along Huntingdon Road with Girton. As a minimum, there should be an equality of treatment. This will result in an improved transition with minimal impact on the site layout and design. It would reduce the significant loss of privacy for us and help with the cramped areas as mentioned in the report assessment documents. Secondly, insufficient planting maintenance and security plans have been devised, together with ponds and swale technical details to ensure that the ecological buffer is to meet all the functions promised. Inappropriately, our garden trees, which are largely deciduous, are being relied upon to provide privacy and an acoustic barrier. Our fence cannot be the security fencing. Without these plans now and early implementation, no one can be sure that appropriate investment will be made to the appropriate level and the quality achieved. Finally, we remain extremely concerned with the changed hydrology of the area affecting neighbouring properties due to the current development. S1 and S2 will only compound the problem. This is in terms of extreme weather situations, both flooding and drought, and needs very urgent attention. It's been made abundantly clear, given the number of neighbouring mature trees that have died, that, to date, insufficient care, consideration and protection has been provided to neighbouring trees, resulting in their death, causing great distress and cost to us and others. And this should not have happened, and it cannot happen again. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Julian Jenkins, thank you. And if you would kindly stick to the 2 minutes as well, please. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. So we object on the following areas where insufficient assessment and plans have been provided. Firstly, reliance on an environmental statement that's over 10 years old. The proposed design is different in a number of aspects, as we've heard this morning, to the original design code that the environmental statement was actually based upon. This type of properties are now larger, denser and much more urban than originally proposed and reflect how circumstances and housing requirements have changed over the years. But it seems inappropriate to be satisfied that the environmental impact has not changed. The environmental impact assessment and biodiversity assessment does need to be updated with an updated baseline provided, which will establish the correct communities and the current status in order to provide a correct position for proper impact assessment. Secondly, the proposed ecological corridor is stated as being non-accessible, and the proposed very low 1.2 metre fence will not significantly limit access to an ecological buffer.
and it's also an area that abuts our own boundary. We require much better boundary security to be put in place, as the revised nature of the proposed buildings has moved significantly from the family homes and gardens which were originally included in the design code. Finally, and it's been mentioned before, no specific provision has been considered for the construction management programme of the project, and ensuring that adequate and continuous monitoring programmes are put in place regarding including tree protection, building exclusion zones, siting of concrete towers away from existing residences, ensuring that tower cranes do not swing with loads over existing gardens, working hours exceeding those specified, and materials including large metal sheets and all manner of rubbish being blown into gardens of properties on Huntingdon Road need to be addressed, and the programme needs to be put in place. We have endured all of these within the Hill development at the moment over many years, and without a commitment to a proper programme of control and monitoring, this will recur for the S1 and S2 part of the development.
Very much, Mr. Jenkins. So now we've got Speaker Alan Penfold, who's the Executive Director of Present Made, the applicant. Thank you very much. And I think you have 3 or 6 minutes, but we've got Jake Lambert as well. Do you both wish to speak, or is it just you?
No, just me.
Thank you very much. So you have 6 minutes. You don't have to take all of it.
Thank you. Present Made develop, own and operate homes designed and built specifically for rent, situated within a community setting that has been sustainable and well-being at its very core. We aspire to deliver high-quality rental homes that are flexible yet secure in tenure, attainably priced and responsive to the needs of modern renters. Every stage of the design is focused on minimising costs for the planet and residents alike, and where community creation and social interaction can be strongly encouraged. In developing the scheme before you today, we've taken a collaborative and highly beneficial design iteration process with your officers and design quality panel to develop a scheme that promotes active travel, favours landscaping over hard standing, and enhances the environment and outside spaces to complement the existing Eddington development. A wide range of indoor and outside communal spaces will encourage the mental and physical well-being of our residents. We've taken the opportunity to, whilst remaining fully compliant with the outline, go beyond the policy requirements and enhance the scheme further with the addition of community amenities, which I talked about earlier, the pavilion, games court, bike hub, public art, electric vehicle charging, a biodiversity net gain from the development, nationally described space standards, fully compliant lifetime homes, and Code for Sustainable Homes Level 5. Present Made team will maintain all the facilities on site and provide round-the-clock professional on-site management integrated with the wider Eddington management regime. Reducing the reliance on the car is important to us. As such, we have designed a scheme with policy-compliant car parking but promoted active travel through design and amenities on the scheme. This includes secure storage for bicycles for around 800 bicycles, and encourages walking and cycling ahead of the use of the car. One of the unique elements of our scheme is the bike hub, where we've identified a community benefit by situating this bike hub on the corner of the Ridgeway, Eddington's dedicated cycleway. This bike hub offers the active traveller an opportunity to take a convenient rest or maintain and repair their bicycle. We've also developed a broad mix of homes to ensure that we meet local demographic demand, which is fully supported by your housing officer. With a mix of 1-bed to 4-bed homes our residents can progress through the scheme with homes available to cater for growing or reducing families throughout their lifetime. The scheme has been bespoke design for this site. There's no standard house types or designs and is wholly responsible to the context of the evolving development at Eddington, whilst complementing and enhancing the quality of the environment already in place. Whilst meeting nationally described space standards, internal layouts of the home have been designed to provide the best living environment, usability of the home to meet modern day life, especially as people are spending more time at home with the modern working from home environment. On more technical matters, we've used a highly efficient construction methodology, which requires low energy and heating demand from the operation of the site. There's low reliance on the national grid, utilising photovoltaic panels and the existing district heating system at Eddington. We've also taken the opportunity to future-proof the scheme and comply with a more efficient air source system in the event that the district heating system is upgraded in the future, further reducing energy bills for our residents and reduces the carbon emissions from the development itself. We've also provided low water consumption, 80 litres per person per day, along with the sustainable urban drainage system, which links into the Eddington wider drainage strategy and utilises the grey water recycling plant already on site, further reducing potable water consumption from the development. Ecology is important, and we have developed our sustainable urban drainage system to promote biodiversity within the ecology buffer zone. The parameter plans require a 20-metre buffer zone along the shared boundary of the S1 plot, which we absolutely respect and see as a benefit to the scheme. We've gone beyond the outline parameters and used the majority of this buffer zone as an ecology and landscape zone with restricted access. This ecology zone will be owned, maintained and retained in perpetuity by a present made. It will not rely on individual residents to maintain the space and the trees. Regarding construction, we recognise that construction causes disturbance. We've heard what residents have had to say today. As such, we've ensured that the construction process that we've put forward will hope to minimise that disturbance. We adhere to a considered construction scheme and commit to keeping residents updated with a newsletter on progress of the development, whilst providing direct contact details to ensure easy communication over the construction period. The thing that makes us slightly different to other existing developers on the site is we utilise modern methods of construction. A large proportion of the houses to be constructed off-site, then assembled on-site. This minimised both the construction time on site and the disturbance from it, as well as generating sustainable benefits through efficiencies in the construction process. We look forward to being able to provide these new homes and amenities and fully engaged in the Eddington and wider community. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Lambert. Mr. Penfold, I apologise. I just propose we have a 5-minute comfort break and we come back to proceed into the debate. And I'll remind members that all of the questions are asked of the case officer. So we'll have a break. It's 11:10 now. We'll come back if we can at 15:15, please. Thank you. very much. Thank you. During the break, I was given a copy of a diagram from Kathy Jenkins, and I've asked Guy Wilson if he would highlight the things, and the particular things that Ms Jenkins was alerting or using this to alert us to were, firstly, that the buildings proposed on the northern boundary against Girton Village were higher than the illustrations indicated, and that buildings on the eastern village boundary, the building density is higher than the image presents. Could I just ask Guy to explain that for us, if you would? Maybe you have slides that you can use to illustrate it.
So thank you, Chair. So I think you can see it on this diagram. So if I can zoom in a bit more. So the area is so along the boundaries. So this is the northern boundary, backs onto properties along Huntington Road, and then there's the sort of this eastern boundary, which is so there's another property you can see at the bottom of the screen here.
So, sorry, what we should point out is that to the right of that red line are all the houses that front onto Huntington Road. These are their back gardens.
Yeah, that's correct. So along this sort of northern boundary, as you can see, it's predominantly semi-detached houses are proposed. And just to give you a bit more context.
Sorry, just one moment, Guy. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, it's just we can't see the cursor.
Okay, yes, so if you could change it to the laser pointer, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tim.
It's predominantly semi-detached houses along this northern boundary, and then with two terraces along this sort of eastern boundary. Just to give a bit more context on the relationship with neighbouring dwellings. So as set out in my presentation, there's this 20-metre sort of no-build buffer zone between the boundary of the site and the proposed dwellings. So the nearest houses are these ones, which are just off Bunkers Hill, and I believe they're 24 metres from the rear of the nearest houses at the sort of closest distance. And then on this eastern boundary, again, you've got that 20-metre buffer. I believe this house is approximately 50 metres from the rear of this terrace. The design code does allow for terrace housing, semi-detached or detached houses along the development edge, so it's in compliance with obviously consider it's in compliance with the design code.
Thank you. And the particular question was that the building density is higher than this image
so I believe that's
indicates, but I don't know if it's higher than the image that you have on the screen indicates.
Sorry, so I believe that, I assume that's referring to the fact that it's terraced houses along this edge rather than the semi-detached houses along the northern edge. So it's a high density along this boundary where it continues the sort of the terrace from the neighbouring development.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Right. I have a couple of questions I would like to ask, but I'll just check if I'll ask others first because others may ask them. So I can see Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins and then Councillor Gawthorpe Wood for the moment. The others, but I'll come to you in a moment. So Dr. Toomey Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think there are two issues that, potentially three, that I want to raise. The first concern for me is that, and we find this on page 41, at item 10.84. And of course, there are other paragraphs that refer to this same issue. 10.39, for example, and 7.56. Now, majority of the apartments, i.e. 79%, are proposed to be single aspect. And for me, that raises a big concern, especially when the quality panel comment that we will find on, sorry, I have them all. The quality panel also were concerned about that. And actually, in point 9 of their conclusions, talk about potential overheating in S2 apartments being a concern. And item 10 that says, can the continuous nature of the blocks in S2 be broken up? These are all related because the blocks are quite big, they're long, and that is what I feel is leading to this single aspect majority apartments. I'd be interested to find out if any of the designers actually live in single aspect flats or apartments. Because it's one thing to model and say it's going to work, and I'm speaking as somebody who's done lots of modeling in my lifetime. And it's another when you actually have to live in it and make it work for you. So, as things stand now, I'm really very concerned, and nothing that I've seen or heard about, ventilation and, slightly, they did to ground floor build, whatever it is.
Changes to the balconies, weren't there?
Yeah, all that stuff doesn't actually concern I've had regarding the number of single aspect apartments that are in this. Why do the apartment blocks have to be so big? Why can't they be broken up and make, yes, keep them 4 stories or whatever, but please, I think if we want people to have a good, healthy well-being living in these flats, I don't think single aspect is it, because they have to live in it. I don't know, others may have different concerns. The other thing is, we've got 0.6 car parking spaces. The parking space limit is 0.6 per unit. We want to get away from people using cars, I understand that, and all of that. But we should still have enough parking spaces, I think. But again, that might just be me being overly concerned.
Can I suggest, it sounds like you're about to launch into another objection. Can I suggest you've had 3? Can I take some from others? And if
That's 2.
I thought you'd had single aspect apartments, blocks to be broken up, and
No, that's still
0.6.
single aspect and breaking up the blocks is
Okay.
one thing.
So did you have many other points? Because I'd like
The
to take some points.
third one for me is the overlooking.
Yep.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Yep. Did you want to vocalise the overlooking then?
Simple. When you've got apartments overlooking other people's gardens and we're relying on trees and vegetation to provide privacy, that's not right.
Councillor Gawthorpe Wood next. Then can I just take a summary? I've got Gawthorpe Wood, Councillor Fain, Councillor Porrer, Councillor Garvey, Councillor Thornborough and Councillor Flaubert. Okay. So, Councillor Gawthorpe Wood.
Right, the first is fairly minor, it's administrative. I've been working from the printed plans, and I'm not sure, that was paper ones. I'm not sure that all the documents that have been, or screenshots that have been shown today, I don't have access, I wasn't sent these, so I just want to make sure that they're on the website, so they're publicly available. That's the
I'll ask
first.
that question now, Councillor, Mr Wilson.
Yeah, so I confirm all the plans and documents are on the website, with the exception of some of the photographs at the beginning, where I just include those for context.
Thank you. Councillor Gawthorpe Wood.
Okay.
So all of these substantive plans and diagrams are on the website.
Okay, thank you. I'm reassured on that. So the key things for me are, it is this overheating and single aspect dwellings in S2. Now, so that's my second point. So I agree with what Councillor Hawkins has been saying. And in terms of modelling and in terms of what they're using to look at the effect, potential overheating. I mean, they're saying 2025, but we ought to be looking at 2050. And I am thinking of the new Part L, F and O building regulations and the future home standards. And I'm also thinking that this was meant to be, the whole site was meant to be, you know, way above building standards, building regulations, and to be innovative. So it seems to me that this S2 development is a regression. Now, the second thing, third point, landscaping and maintenance. I want to be absolutely sure that the maintenance is strong enough and the initial landscaping is looked after well enough for the landscaping that is proposed to actually work. I'm particularly interested in the garden within S2. And just, I mean, I've got some other points, but I'll leave it at that, bar to say it might be worth having a look at. Oh, there was another point, yeah. The photographs, CGI, that we were shown, largely of S2, showed a lot of green space, green swaths, which I think are plots that will be developed. So that's not really terribly helpful. Would it be worth having a Google shot just showing the existing dwellings on Huntington Road, and then we could sort of see whether this tree line ecological buffer is likely to be big enough. So that's on S1, the boundary there. And I do have some concerns, although there's some mitigations, with the overlooking of the gardens of the houses from the east, it's the northeast side of S2. But yeah, we're not meant to be redesigning on the ground, but I am really worried about the S2 development.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
so can we ask, I'm going to pause there and ask Guy Wilson to just, could you clarify about the green spaces? And I think we're going to get more people asking about the single aspect and the ventilation, so I'm going to maybe pause on that, I think, and come in the end. But if you can just address the point about what green space will be left at the end of it.
If I could share, so I'll just quickly share my screen. So I believe this is the sort of CGI you're referring to. So if I just go to the parameter plans, so this shows the site outlined in red in context of the development.
Sorry, you need to change your cursor back into a laser pointer, please. Thank you.
So this shows the development in context. So you can see here where the cursor is the existing neighbourhood park and then the green corridor. And you're right to point out that the surrounding area will be developed as part of future development lots. So to the west, north, and also to the south of the site. And then there's a sort of a parkland, western parkland, and the western part of the site, and also not shown on this parameter plan, but there's a park proposed where the cursor is currently as well. Hold on.
Mr Wilson, could you just clarify, the area hatched with horizontal black lines on there is described as land use flexibility zone. I'd like to know maybe what that means, but also the notch to the west of S2 and the notch to the east of S2, are they going to be, yes, that one and the one to the west, yes, no, inside the red line that's currently coloured orange, sorry, just outside the red line, but in the notch, yes, like the left hand, yes, there. Are those going to be green or are they going to be built up?
Yes, so this area, yellow it shows areas proposed for residential use. So these will be built up. The green is areas which will be.
So the area immediately to the west of S2 will be built.
Correct.
Okay, and the area immediately to the right of S2, that partly green, no, in the notch, yes, that will be built as well?
No, so this area is the neighbourhood park, which is already being constructed, and then there's the green corridor, which will which extends along there, which hasn't been constructed yet, but that will be a green corridor.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just clarify about the landscape maintenance arrangements.
Yes, so just in terms of landscape maintenance, this is an issue which has been discussed sort of extensively through the pre-app process. As you rightly point out, it's quite a dense site and quite a lot of landscaping, such features, etc. within the streets. So it's something we've been sort of alive to throughout the process. So the development, including the streets, will be managed by the developer, so Present Made, in the long term. So they'll be managing the buildings and also all the landscaping. They've provided quite extensive details, showing some detailed sections for the site, and they've done a lot of modelling. I haven't included all the detail in the presentation, looking at sort of 3D modelling of things like utilities and tree pits to make sure there's no conflict between those. They've also undertaken extensive sort of vehicle tracking to make sure that so refuse vehicles, and other vehicles like so residence cars, delivery vans can access the site and can use the site without conflicting with the landscape areas. And a condition is proposed as well to secure a landscape ecological management plan to secure the long-term management of the scheme.
I think the concern is about the green spaces, and if that management is not proving to be very successful, what measures would the residents or indeed anybody else have to call them to make sure that they did manage the area properly?
So there's detailed landscape plans which are proposed to be to form part of the approval. They'll be part of the approved drawings alongside that landscape and ecological management plan. So in the event that the site isn't maintained in accordance with those plans, then we could potentially take enforcement action. That would be the kind of route we could pursue. And obviously, it's within the interest of the developer to.
So it would come down to planning compliance, wouldn't it, if that wasn't done? I think the point being, and it's perfectly sensible, is that it's actually going to require extremely high quality management because it's going to be a difficult area to manage well. One moment, I want to take advice. Okay, I'm sure a lot of members are concerned about the dual aspect of so many of the apartments. So, Guy, do you want to address that point, please? And the ventilation. Thank you.
Yeah. So Emma Davies, the sustainability officer, is joining on Teams. So, through you, Chair, if they're probably best placed to address these points.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, with regards to the single aspect nature of a lot of the apartments, I think this was an issue that was extensively discussed as part of the pre-application process for this scheme, and the applicant has undertaken a lot of very detailed modelling of the apartments to ensure that they mitigate the risk of overheating. Now, the route that they've gone down, and I recognise the concerns about relying on the modelling. Unfortunately, the modelling is what we have to go with. It is the requirement of building regulations to undertake this modelling. So the modelling that has been undertaken for this scheme, as Mr. Wilson referenced in his presentation earlier, they have used the CIBSE TM59 modelling. Now, that is the modelling which is now incorporated into the dynamic thermal modelling route in Part O of the building regulations. So they've modelled a series of the apartments using that modelling. They have modelled against both 2020 and also 2050 climate scenarios. And the units that have been assessed, and they've gone down the route of assessing the kind of worst performing units, they are all shown to pass that TM59 modelling requirements using those climate scenarios. So as I say, that is something that we do need to be guided by. That is the kind of the more detailed route that is available through Part O of the building regulations. And it's likely that they may well have to comply with that through the transitional arrangements for building regulations. So while I recognise that there is a concern about the amount of single aspect, we do need to be very mindful of the fact that it does pass those building regulations requirements. I'm not sure I can comment on the points about breaking up the blocks more. I think that's more of a kind of a design detail that would be covered by other colleagues. But, you know, the modelling that's been undertaken has been very, very thorough. They have looked at glazing ratios. They've looked at the kind of the design of the balconies to try and get as much air into the rooms as possible. So yeah, as I say, that's the information that we have available that we need to be guided by.
Very much, Emma. So Emma Davis is the sustainability officer who's considered these the modelling plans for us for the Greater Cambridge Planning Service. Thank you. Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins, you raised this first off, so do come back if you like.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to check if we can ask questions
Of
the
who?
sustainability officer.
I'm happy that you do, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I hope that's okay with you, Emma. Good. It's up. Excellent.
Okay. Hi, Emma. Thanks for that. Okay, so the question for me is, not all the apartments, not all the single aspect apartments have been modelled. It's a selection. How was that selection made? How did they decide which were going to be the worst performing? Because that's subjective, isn't it?
What they do is that they will look at things like, so it's a selection from across the apartments. So they would have looked at some ground floor units, they would have looked at some top floor units, because obviously hot air rises, so sometimes top floor is kind of harder to deal with. They will have also been guided by the orientation of units. So particularly for kind of overheating assessment, you would tend to assess those units that are in a less favourable orientation, so south facing, kind of southwest facing. Those sorts of orientations tend to be a little more prone to overheating risk. So yeah, they would have been guided by those sorts of parameters on the basis that if the worst performing units can pass, then the other units with the various measures applied to them will also then be able to pass the assessment. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Yes, it does help, although to a limited extent. The other issue I had was their single aspect, the light that gets in doesn't get in through to all the apartment, does it? So the tendency is for certain spaces or rooms to be dark, which means they might have to put the light on, which means there's more consumption in terms of electricity, there's more risk of overheating. All this get assessed, not to mention the well-being of having just one big window somewhere, letting light in. I'm sorry, but it just doesn't.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We understand.
Yeah,
your
no,
concern.
yeah, the parametric modelling, oh, I'm sorry, there's an echo, hopefully that will go away. So the parametric modelling that I think Mr. Wilson referred to earlier, that does also look at daylighting, and there are credits as well within the Code for Sustainable Homes criteria related to daylighting as well. So that parametric modelling, certainly for kind of, north-facing units, for example, that's where they've looked at different glazing ratios to try and ensure that you do get more daylighting into those rooms. So that will be something that's carried out, as I say, as part of that parametric modelling that was undertaken quite early on in the design. And that will also get carried through to the Code for Sustainable Homes assessment, where there are various criteria within that assessment related to daylighting, and each unit will be assessed against Code for Sustainable Homes as well. So all of the units, all of the apartments and all of the homes on this scheme are going to be achieving code level 5 from the Code for Sustainable Homes. I know there was a comment earlier about how it exceeds building regulations. Code for Sustainable Homes goes beyond current building regulations, and it is actually also goes beyond the Future Homes Standard, in that it requires a 100% reduction in emissions associated with regulated energy use, which includes lighting. So all of those things will be assessed as part of that early modelling, and it's going to continue to be assessed as those Code for Sustainable Homes requirements and all the technical requirements behind that get progressed through to the next stages.
Thank you, Emma. One final question from me, which is somewhat related to what Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins has raised. It's very hard to get the orientation of this right because it's at an angle to the compass. But as I understood it, the modifications to the design, which related to north-facing and south-facing apartments, the south-facing ones appeared to have a glorious big picture window facing south, but at the back of an inset balcony. Whereas the north-facing ones, the balcony was onto bedrooms, and it was a projecting balcony, which was largely brick wall with a window in the middle. And that seemed counterintuitive to me. And it also seemed, I can understand why the setback on a south-facing aspect, but when they are only single aspect anyway, I was disappointed at the loss of glazing on the north-facing ones, which had the projecting balcony and just the window in the middle. And I wondered, Guy, perhaps could you bring up the graphic for that? And maybe, Emma, could you talk us through that? Because I felt that might have been being influenced by the desire of, the cost of the flat rather than getting light in. Because my concern was actually, because I think the ones at the bottom, Guy, are they facing south? Or, yes, they're the north-facing ones, aren't they?
So the bottom, the blue, they're the northwest facing, and then the south.
So the north-facing ones have the projecting balconies with a small window in the middle of the balcony. They've both got windows on the side as well. Whereas the south-facing ones had a great big picture window off the lounge, which just seemed lovely for the ones having a south-facing window off the lounge and not so nice for the ones... Why would you want a balcony off your bedroom? Was my question. I think my question was, why is the living space not onto the balcony? Why is the... See what I mean?
I'm not sure if that's something I can comment on, to be honest. I mean, that will be a decision that the designers have taken kind of influenced by the modelling that's been undertaken so far?
It was more to do with the point that Councillor Hawkins made about north-facing flat will have less incident sunshine. Might be an artist's apartment and they might want north-facing light, but it's likely to have lesser light anyway. And so to have a smaller window seemed to me that it would encourage needing to light. Councillor Thornborough, perhaps you can help.
Yes, the Code for Sustainable Homes, Level 5, actually comes with a design guide PDF specifically about overheating. And in that it does say, avoid large west-facing openings, use external shading on south-facing windows. And I actually think that, which is not really what is being picked up here. And if the Code for Sustainable 5 provides better protection for overheating, then that should be the primary guidance for designing the flats. And it's absolutely clear that external shading is the only viable option for to keep the sun off the south and west facing windows. And then there's a requirement for nighttime ventilation of 5 air changes per hour. And I can't see how I'm concerned about the single aspect homes. And these single aspect homes with these inset balconies complied with a definition of single aspect homes under the London plan, which has been superseded now by the current building regulation, defining these as single aspect homes and saying that they should be single aspect homes should be avoided. So I completely agree with Councillor Hawkins and the others raising concerns about this.
Okay, so just marker in the sand then. We're concerned about the single aspect properties. We're concerned about these large windows on the south-facing ones. I'm concerned about small windows on the north-facing ones. We're concerned about lack of external shading. Okay, so I'm going to carry on with the list that I had, if I may, unless we have anything further to say. Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, I am concerned about this particular paragraph 1084 and the reliance on, I accept it has to be single aspect. These are small apartments within large buildings, but the reliance on natural ventilation. And while I think it's beneficial that there are side windows on balconies, if we've learned anything in the last couple of weeks, we know that actually relying on opening your windows may not be a good solution to potential overheating. Now, when Mr. Penfold was telling us about the heating scheme, paragraph 10.80, I gather this is to rely on the existing site-wide district heating, which may be supplemented by air source heat pumps. And whilst this is not part of the current application, I wonder whether consideration has been given to ground source with the capacity for passive cooling to supplement natural ventilation. If we're looking well ahead into the 2050s, this is the sort of technology which will have to be, in my view, incorporated. And just in passing on that, in some flats where window opening is unlikely, there will be mechanical ventilation. Can I assume that will also be mechanical ventilation with heat recovery? One last point, if I may. I was very glad to hear the revival of the potting shed as a sustainability concept. Just slightly surprised to hear of that as being a form of innovation, but I'll leave that one in passing.
Thank you. So can I come back to, well, Guy, I'll leave it to you to decide whether you can answer this yourself, but or whether you want to refer to Emma Davis. What about the comments that Councillor Fane has said about that he's concerned about natural ventilation, but also have ground source heat pumps and passive cooling been considered? And would mechanical ventilation include heat recovery?
So it's my understanding that the flats will be fitted with mechanical heat recovery and ventilation sort of systems. In terms of the district heating system, I know it's something which the university is looking at to, because it's currently a sort of gas-fired system. I know the university is looking at how to kind of sort of future-proof that in the future with potentially air source or ground source heat pumps. But it's outside the scope of this reserve matters application. But yeah, it's something that I understand they are looking to, and we can take forward in our discussions with them.
Mr. Wilson. The only other thing we touched on in that group of questions was whether it's felt that, you know, I remember when Eddington was first being considered, and it was going to be a groundbreaking approach to environmental standards and sustainability. And I suppose the question is, are we feeling that this particular phase of the development is actually meeting those standards?
So as sort of discussed and mentioned by Emma, so the development is proposed to be built to code for sustainable homes level 5, and that goes beyond the updated building regulations which came in place earlier this year, and also it exceeds the future home standards, which is planned to come in in a few years' time. So it is still, in terms of sustainability, sort of a highly sort of forward-thinking development. I also mentioned the use of things such as modern methods of construction, so modular housing proposed as well, which is another sort of fairly innovative sort of aspect of the scheme, which will reduce things like construction waste and disturbance during construction as well. So I'd just say the sustainability of the scheme.
Okay. Right. So, moving on. Councillor Porra.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to add to the single aspect, one thing. For me, I note that we've got mechanical cooling for the ones affected by noise on the M11, which is welcome. But my concern is 2050 is not long away, 20 plus years. I would hope these developments will be in use for a lot longer than that. So my concern also relates that I'm not sure how we could retrofit them in the future. There doesn't seem to be any provision for adding mechanical cooling to the ones when we go past 2050. So just to add that point. I did also want to say there's so much that is good about this. I know we're all picking up on the bad bit, which is our job, but you know, the district heating, the 80 litres of water, the accessible parking, the communal gardens, the broadband, all of those things are great. So I don't want the developer to think that there's nothing good. There are lots of positives here, which I absolutely acknowledge. However, in addition to the single aspect, the thing that's worrying me at the moment is the fee for maintenance. So we know from the quality panel that there's going to be a conflict between users that needs careful management. We know that the cost of management will be considerably higher. I think that's from the landscape team. The community space will require maintenance. I mean, actually, the current developers, actually, from their presentation, I'm reassured. But obviously, they've declined a fixed covenant period. And we don't know who will buy this in the future. And my worry is, even if we have attainable rents, as the applicant mentioned, if the fees just keep going up, you know, we've not got adopted streets predominantly, so we've got parking things, which are problematic, as we know, from some of our other bigger developments. And my concern is, from the conditions, I don't see any way of restricting that. So we could have a situation where you have really well-priced, good rental homes that we then have a massive management fee, because this is a complex management of the landscape. And I totally agree with the chair and the officer that we need to make sure it's managed properly so we have the biodiversity net gain, but at what cost, I think I'm asking. And for me, we're lacking any reassurance about that. I have two very minor points. Several of the residents mentioned the spoil management. I think the officer has said that it's unlikely there will be more spoil from this, but would it be reasonable to ask for a condition that if spoil is created, that it's either dumped somewhere else, or if it's put on the existing spoil piles, that some kind of assessment is undertaken to make sure that there's no flooding risk? And the second is, would the officer consider in the boundary treatment, because one of the residents mentioned that the ecology zone doesn't have a very high fence now, particularly as there's more things near it. So would it be reasonable to put something about ensuring that the fencing and the tree cover is sufficient to make sure it's secure and can be maintained as intended? So those are two minor points, but I hope that addresses a couple of things the residents picked up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porro. So just taking those. So, Mr. Wilson, do we have any way of controlling the fee for maintenance, do you think?
So the maintenance. So the model is that the applicant is proposing is that there'll be a sort of single monthly fee. So that will include rent and bills and maintenance and services, with potentially some sort of optional actions such as some of the parking and so on top of that. I think sort of one of the issues with the site is that Eddington has sort of been a victim of its success really in some ways, in that it's a highly sort of desirable and kind of development, and that sort of means that it's quite unaffordable to most people sort of looking to the buying area, which is part of the reason why this development has come forward, is that the development is looking to introduce private rented accommodation to allow particularly sort of young professionals and so on to be able to access, to be able to live at a site and to widen out the sort of the accessibility of the site. I think that the sort of the management also links, I guess, to the density of the site. So, Councillor Hawkins mentioned about the sort of the potentially breaking up the blocks and so on to reduce the number of single aspect apartments. I think it's important to sort of consider how these issues are interlinked, and so if you break up the blocks, then that will have an impact on the density and the rental fees as well, and then so you have to consider those aspects in the round.
Okay, thank you. And remind us that the fixed covenant period was initially only for a period of 5 years, wasn't it? It was something quite short. I can't remember where I read that, but I remember thinking it was actually a relatively short time for the initial terms to be maintained. Can you help me with that, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, so just in terms of the covenant period, that's something which is referred to in the planning practice guidance and the housing strategy annex in relation to build to rent. So the reason this application was deferred from June was to look into this issue further. So because this application is sort of a reserved matters application, and the outline planning permission doesn't set sort of specific controls on build to rent schemes, and the guidance post-dates the outline permission. So that covenant period isn't considered to be relevant to the scheme, particularly also because that covenant is also relating to essentially affordable housing provision in a way in which with build to rent you get a lower affordable provision than you would in other schemes. So the covenants to secure sort of essentially to claw back that sort of that added value, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Would it, just one moment, would it be sorry, Councillor Hawkins, do you want to go?
Sorry, it's just I think the point you were making about the 5 years that you mentioned, that's to do with the tenancy, paragraph 7.62.
So not to...
It's not to do with the covenant. It's to do with tenancies will be offered for 6 months to 5 years and longer if the tenant requires it.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's where the 5 years you mentioned comes from.
Thank you. Okay, so the other thing was, where in the conditions I know we've got a request for, I believe we have a request for a construction management plan. I think we have, do we not? Perhaps not. Or does it cover on the main site? But is there any way we could put in something about either not storing any more spoil near the houses on Huntingdon Road, or if they are, some monitoring of whether there's any increased risk of flooding as a result of that?
Yes, so the outline planning permission requires submission of a construction and management plan. That's on the condition 53 as part of any for any reserve matter scheme, and that will include details of soil management. And there is an informative currently proposed, which is number 7, soil management plan to require, just to highlight the fact that any excavated soil should not be stored close to existing residences.
So this phase takes its construction management plan from the outline original.
Yes, there's a site-wide construction management plan, and then for each reserve matters parcel, so condition 53 of the outline requires submission of a sort of a further plan to demonstrate compliance with that wider.
So my sort of question was the point that Cathy Jenkins made about spoil heaps closer to the houses on Huntingdon Road. Was that allowed for under the original construction management plan?
That's correct. Yeah. So the existing spoil that's been that relates to previous sort of phases of development and construction management.
The location of the piles, was that allowed in that location?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, right. And the other thing was, could we beef up the boundary fence? Councillor Porra suggested, could we have better planting or a bigger fence? Because like you, I thought that 1.5 metres between houses and that boundary zone is not going to keep out anybody. And I have witnessed just such clamberings over in a completely different scenario just this weekend. So I'm just wondering if we can do something, because it's partly, I know there's a wish to keep the feeling open between the gardens, but also, I mean, will there be a condition on that? Because I can just imagine the first thing somebody might want to do is stick up a 6-foot fence so that they can have some privacy. So what will be the conditions around that?
So if members are concerned about sort of access to that sort of wet woodland corridor, then potentially could add an additional condition requiring sort of a sort of higher fence to secure that.
Relies on the balance between whether we think it's better that it should be kept open so that it offers a visual break between this development and the houses on Huntingdon Road, or whether we want it to be a kind of no man's land between two developments, which I'm not sure that's desirable either.
Can I come in? Sorry, Chair, through you, thank you. I note that that the scheme seeks the partial discharge of hard and soft landscaping in relation to condition 11 of the outline permission, and I'm just looking to Guy here and wondering whether the soft landscaping and the boundary treatment and the concerns that we've heard today, is it advisable perhaps for us to look again at the scheme as submitted under condition 11? Would it be appropriate to potentially not support the partial discharge? Is there scope within those details submitted under condition 11 to have a look at the issues again that have been raised today and maybe look at how that relationship works with the boundaries?
Yes, potentially you could do it that way. I'd have to check the wider the condition.
I'm feeling a bit thick here. The recommendation, as you're right, Ms. Kelly, refers to hard and soft landscaping. That would be of the outline application, wouldn't it? Because condition 11 here is about tree protection.
Conditions that are partial discharge is sought is in relation to these S1 and S2, this particular part of the site. So,
Condition 11 is about tree protection. It's not hard and soft.
no, I'm referring to the
landscape.
table on page 56.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, does that refer?
No, it's the conditions relate to the outline
Yeah, outline.
conditions.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so we might consider not discharging that before we've had a chance to think about the relative merits of high fences, low fences, protection, security, and all of that. Councillor Porrow, yeah?
So just to come back on that point, I personally would be happy to leave it to officers because I wouldn't necessarily want to impose a certain height fence. I just think we'd want reassurance that, for example, you might have some metal railings or a trellis on the top or something, or some foliage. So I wouldn't necessarily want to mandate a height. I just think it would be worth, as the Chair says, reviewing it to make sure we're happy that there is a good balance between the security of that zone and obviously the residents behind it versus the height of the fence, because it could be achieved in a different way. I don't really mind how. I just think, as you say, it would be good to review it to make sure we're satisfied that it's not an easy, quick leaping over an antisocial behaviour sort of area.
So can I just take a view from the room? Would people be happy that that was delegated to officers to review that? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so general nod of agreement. Okay. Okay, so hang on, somewhere I've got another group of speakers. Councillor Garvey, you asked to speak.
Yes, just to add on to that, there is a large property on Huntingdon Road that has parkland and is biodiverse, and will be backing onto this project. And it's very important that, as was raised earlier, that it's made secure from incursion because it is quite special land there. But the main point I wanted to make was about the Ridgeway, which is used a lot by Girton residents to get to the shops and the school, and it's heavily used, that it remains open during the process of development of this site.
Mr. Wilson, can you advise us on
that? Yes, so one issue is that the Ridgeway is in a sort of there's a temporary path which has been put in, which will be replaced by sort of a permanent sort of pedestrian cycle route with additional landscaping and so on in the future. So it sort of depends on and that will need to be done in sort of coordination with this development as it fronts onto the Ridgeway. So just in terms of the management of timings and keeping that Ridgeway open, I'd need to look into kind of how that can be managed.
Will an alternative route be enabled while the resurfacing work is going on?
So that should be in the outline planning permission, but I would have to look into the details of that.
No. Councillor Garvey, can I just check, do you know if that is a public right-of-way already?
As far as I know, it's not. No.
I had the feeling it was probably a permissive, but...
It was created a couple of years ago, but it's heavily used.
Yes, exactly, and very important, I imagine. So can we think about some kind of informative, saying that if that now very popular and well-used public right-of-way has to be closed in part for refurbishment, would it be possible to establish temporary access to cover the route?
Okay, having a think about this, Chair, I'm wondering whether it might be appropriate to, and I'm going to look for Guy to see whether he thinks it's appropriate, to include an additional condition that requires details of the phasing of the construction for S1-2, which should take all reasonable endeavours, perhaps, to ensure that the Ridgeway is maintained and kept open during the course of the construction. That's possibly the best that we can do, and then we will require details of their build out and time frame for that.
So if we can have all reasonable endeavours to maintain the through route of the Ridgeway,
Yeah.
even if it's by a different route through the site, so that it can join up with the bit that they're resurfacing.
Yeah, yeah. Mindful that there may be issues in terms of where it might just not be safe to do so due to the nature of the construction activities, but that certainly at least puts out that aspiration, and will require details of that phased approach, so that at least the local planning authority has some form of control over that.
Okay, thank you very much. That sounds, so if we could maybe consider that additional condition for phasing, details of the phasing of construction and using all reasonable endeavours to maintain access through the Ridgeway during construction, if possible, wherever possible. Something of that ilk would be helpful. Right. So, next speaker was Councillor Katie Thornborough.
Yes, I've got two queries. One is it's great that the code for sustainable home level 5 requires 80 litres per person per day for the water use. But I would very much like to see a condition that this is demonstrated prior to occupation. I know there has been a lot of trouble meeting this because it requires the use of the rainwater and grey water runoff that's treated to be provided for toilet flushing, which is really great, which is really what I think it's a fantastic aspiration, but it just needs to be shown to be delivered before occupation. The other is, I want to go back to the overheating aspect and just a bit more clarity if possible. Is Emma Davies explained to us about the TM 59 modelling, and also that it was designed to the overheating aspects of the Code 5. I on another project recently, which we had single aspect homes with a similar arrangement, the designers had actually done a lot of additional work when it came to a second time, for putting a lot more shading on in that case, the east facing windows. In this case, we have west and south facing windows, which are much more vulnerable to overheating. Is it possible to have a condition to ask that that external shading is provided in compliance with the Code for Sustainable Homes Level 5? Because I do think that would make a big difference.
Councillor Thornborough. So the question is, can we perhaps add a condition to provide external shading in compliance with condition 5 of the Sustainable Homes?
Level in compliance with level 5 of the code. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to you.
Well, I can come in first, thank you, Chair. I would just be a little bit cautious about requiring this, because what we're doing then is essentially duplicating some other legislative provision that's found elsewhere. And I'd also question the reasonableness of requiring this, given that the applicant has also, we've seen today and we've heard that an awful lot of modelling work has been undertaken, and that with regard to overheating and daylighting issues, the scheme does comply to Part O of the building regulations. So I have to put the question back to you as to why, in your view as a member, do you feel that we need to go beyond that? Because I think officers are just a bit concerned that it wouldn't be appropriate or reasonable or meet those important tests for planning conditions to secure that type of planning condition.
Can I come back, Chair? Well,
Certainly, Councillor.
my understanding, and Member Davies may correct me, is that the TM59 modelling is to a baseline that only basically the nighttime temperatures of the rooms will be 26 degrees, apart from an allowance of 1% of the time, which it's acceptable to go over that criteria. So they're saying that 32 hours a year, it's fine to go over 26 degrees. But from experience, we know here in Cambridge that we've had 2 days out where the temperature outside is 35 degrees, 4 days over 30 degrees. And the inside temperature without external shading or and specific air changes, I think may exceed that level, which is part of the TM59. Now, if this scheme had not been, if the outline scheme had not been to codes for level 5 of the sustainable code for level 5, then I think I agree there is no option because it is being designed in accordance with building regulations. My quick question is, and that is good, but the building regulations is based on data which has been developed over the last few years, and what we're experiencing is something more extreme. So my question is, can we use the code for level 5 of the sustainable homes to ask that is fully met to ensure that the best design is provided to prevent overheating?
So I'm going to bring in Emma at some point, but my initial thoughts are, because the outline permission doesn't seek that aspiration of level 5 code for sustainable homes, does it not, hang on, I may be confusing myself, that it would not be reasonable to seek full compliance, but I'm going to ask Emma while I just read up on my notes. If we're in new territory here, I think it's fair to say, as we're dealing with these types of schemes. So Emma, sorry to put you on the spot again. Could you
No, it's fine.
help out?
So we do have conditions on the outline application related to the kind of certification against Code for Sustainable Homes. Now, as many of you will know, Code for Sustainable Homes is actually now a defunct standard. We are only able to use it on this site because this is a legacy site that has an approval before a certain date. So we are still able to require certification. So there are requirements for the submission of both design stage and post-construction certification that shows that all of the units have achieved their Code Level 5 certification. And that will also cover the water requirements that were picked up earlier. So they will need to show that they have met that 80 litres per person per day. I think the only issue that we're having at the moment with getting those certificates submitted in a timely manner is that there is a massive backlog at the BRE at the moment. But we have got certification covered through the outline condition. Now, I think one of the difficulties that we might have now with the overheating assessment is because we do now have the Part O requirements set in building regulations. There was a written ministerial statement that came out at the same time, which has got some wording within it that restricts local planning authorities from being able to ask for any other type of standard for overheating beyond what is in Part O. So I think that it's that would restrict us from being able to use condition wording to require something other than Part O, if that makes sense. I mean, I would say that they have, and it maybe hasn't come across in the drawings all that well, they have used things like deep window reveals and that sort of things on different elevations as well to provide some external shading. But as I say, with this new building regs requirement, that does limit what we are able to ask for in planning terms, if that makes sense.
Can I clarify then that the Part O regulations should protect these properties from overheating?
It should do, yeah. Yeah, so they'll need to use the dynamic thermal modelling route, which is in effect what they've already done by using the TM59. That is the kind of the more detailed route in building regulations, and it's certainly the route that I would recommend schemes take, particularly apartment schemes.
So the building regulations as upgraded should protect these properties from overheating, as you've described. Thank you very much, Emma. Okay. Just one moment. Okay. Points, Councillor Thornborough. You didn't have any others. Okay. So the next person I had on my list was Councillor Flaubert.
Thank you, Chair. Just to echo, yeah.
Excuse me, Chair. I've been waving my arm.
Councillor Gawthropwood, I know you have, but I'm going by the list I had to begin with, and I'm going to go back to Councillor Hawkins because I'm conscious I might have cut her short, and I was going to come back to you at the end, but you have spoken once at the beginning. So Councillor Flaubert, on to you.
Thank you. Just to echo the concerns raised here, they are the same, but they have been answered, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I have a concern related to condition 11. That is paragraph 1071.
Sorry, which page are you on?
That's page 40. So the protection of trees.
Ah, yes, condition 11.
Yes. So the officer has gone through telling us how the new, the trees, the protected trees, how they're going to be protected, but nothing has been mentioned about the number of trees that are going to be removed. They are 8, but we don't know what kind of trees are there, how old they are. And I wonder if it's reasonable to ask or to request an additional condition that covers the trees that are going to be planted. How are they going to be looked after? We have seen this again and again. The trees are removed, and then we lost them. We lose the new ones. So we need to make sure that those trees that are going to be removed, and those trees that are going to be planted, they're going to survive. I don't know if that is reasonable to request. Also, the officer mentioned, I think it was in, it's page 22. I would like the officer, please, to
Page 22. You're under the ecology officer report, aren't you? Is that the bit? So which part?
It's page 22, 7.105 at the end.
Thank you.
Of the page.
The badger set.
So basically, the ecology officer suggests that there needs to be a monitoring to inform further the Natural England closer licensing. So I don't know why that hasn't been included in the condition. If it's that important, because I think it is important given that it's the ecology officer. And lastly, nothing has been mentioned about the cycling space, the provision for carriers' bikes.
Has been made for cargo bikes and outsized bikes in the podium parking. In other words, underneath it.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm understanding is you'd like a strengthening of condition 11, which currently refers to protection of trees, but to make sure that then trees that are planted are managed properly. And you also wanted you suggested some description of the 8 trees that were being removed and why, and what their condition was. So on the second point, monitoring of the badger set. There was a closed badger set, may be active or occupied during construction, and you wanted monitoring of that. I'm sure that's actually probably already being done. And the C was about outsized bikes. Guy, do you want to pick up on that?
Yes, so just in terms of the sort of replacement trees, so the trees which are being lost are trees which have been sort of recently planted within sort of Milne Avenue, so that's the street which goes through the development.
Sorry, I can't hear. Sorry, could you say again?
So
the trees that are being planted
within Milne Avenue, which is the street which goes through the development, and because there's some changes to the access points into the 2 lots, there'll be some changes along that street in terms of where those access points are, and some trees need to be removed as part of that. I apologise, I don't have the exact number, but they are proposed to be replaced elsewhere along the site.
To be clear, these were trees that were planted as part of a previous section of the development, which now transpire to be in the way of the access points.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
yeah.
So these are relatively newly established trees. Are they going to be replanted somewhere?
Yes, so additional tree planting is proposed along, so where access points are being removed, there'll be additional, so essentially trees will be removed to provide new access points, and then existing access points will be closed up and trees planted in their place, if that makes sense.
Okay, so can we strengthen that condition in any way, simply to clarify, because you're right, Councillor Flaubert, all over the place we've had trees planted which have subsequently died. So we need proper management of the trees that are planted to make sure that they are watered, for example. Could we, for example, Ms. Kelly, perhaps consider asking that any newly planted trees be planted with an irrigation ring and regularly irrigated?
So just in terms of the outline permission does include a condition requiring that any trees planted as part of any landscaping scheme which sort of die or become seriously damaged or diseased are replaced. So that's within 5 years of being planted.
But all that does is once the tree dies, is you get another one put in the same hole and that also dies.
Yeah.
Can we be a bit more prescriptive about that and suggest that they consider installing an irrigation ring in the planting hole?
So it's not something which our landscape officer has required. They have looked into sort of detail at sizing of tree pits, because I think it's something to make sure there is adequate soil volume to support the trees to ensure they grow.
But the standard condition requires that if anything dies within 5 years, it's replaced. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at one of the proposed conditions on page 59 relates to the requirement for an ecological and landscape management plan, condition 7. And as part of that, you'd be looking at the management approach to managing landscape areas, and I'm wondering whether it might be appropriate to include an additional criteria within that, which requires details of sort of maintenance of these areas, which should include potentially watering and so forth. So we can maybe secure those details under an additional criteria for that condition.
I must say, I looked at that and right from A to H, it seemed very abstract. It didn't seem to actually refer to trees or plants or watering or... So if we can put some more detail in there, that would be lovely.
I'll just come back on the
Certainly,
point about
yes,
the
do,
badger
Mr. Wilson.
point. Potentially that could be included in the sort of further wording within condition 7 as well, potentially.
In condition 7, which was
Or-
about protection of trees, wasn't it?
So yeah, landscape management, or potentially as a separate condition.
Sorry, yes, I think we were saying that 7 could be expanded to include a bit more detail about management and maintenance.
Or, as Guy's rightly suggested, members may wish a separate condition that deals with this issue specifically.
Right, is this on this point? Yep, Councillor Thornborough.
So, sometime we've added to the condition where it says if a tree dies, it has to be maintained. If it dies, it has to be replanted within 5 years. We've often added and maintained for another 5 years, and so it goes on, so that the maintenance has to be put in, because after about 5 years, if a tree has been maintained, it will normally survive. So that has seemed to have sorted the problem, possibly.
H of this condition 7 does say ongoing monitoring and remedial measures, but it's a bit bland, isn't it?
Can I come back in?
Yep,
So,
sure.
yeah, Councillor Thornborough, thank you, Chair. Councillor Thornborough has made a very valid point that often we've expanded the wording of that type of condition, but we have to bear in mind that that condition is on the outline permission. However, members may think it appropriate to actually bring a new condition over that contains the similar wording and then just expand it for an additional, do we go for a 10-year period of time?
So it's 5 years,
So it's 5 years plus 5. That is another.
Okay, if we can do that, I think that would be great. I mean,
5 years is the standard period.
Sorry, I thought that for this Eddington site that there was an amazing exception that the university were going to look after the planting for 60 years.
Right, that may well be the case, but we don't know. So I think we need to trust, hope that that's the case, but meantime, take provision for what we're concerned about now. So what I would suggest that if we can do that, Ms Kelly, I think that would be helpful. If you think we can't just add that into, because the tree management one, which was 11, just refers to in tree protection measures installed in accordance, this is when you're digging around their roots, isn't it? So this is talking about protecting the roots from damage. So actually it is 7 that we really want. I mean, what they're asking for is a landscape and ecology management plan to be provided, which includes a description of the features that are valuable and want to be kept, ecological trends and constraints on site that might influence management, aims and objectives of management, appropriate management of options for achieving aims and objectives. Do you see what I mean about it being somewhat esoteric? And then it says, prescription of a work schedule, including an annual work plan, capable of being rolled forward over a 5-year period. Do we think that's what the wording in the outline said? Because it seems very bland to me. I wondered if we couldn't, can we just add in something that enables us to say, if trees are managed for 5 years, if they, sorry, Katie, perhaps you can give us the wording for that. Can you remember it?
It was maintained and planted, maintained and replaced if necessary after 5 years.
Within 5 years.
And then continued to be retained, maintained and replaced.
So, and the new tree continue to be maintained and, if necessary, replaced for a further 5-year period. Yeah. So I'm hoping James has got that captured. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I think one of the objectors mentioned or asked if there could be early planting, but that's not in this. It's not mentioned anywhere. I don't know if that could be part of the condition. What also struck me is that they also mentioned that some of their trees have died because of what's happened on that site. So how do we prevent that happening in future?
Where trees are, it's a bit difficult on this site because you can't plant in the garden until it's ready, and I'm not sure that trees are planned in the interior garden. We add in a phrase that says wherever planting is planned, that this be done at the earliest possible opportunity to ensure establishment or to encourage establishment.
Certainly have an informative to encourage that. I would just be concerned about being overly prescriptive if we looked at a sort of a prior, I don't know, it's just the timing of it might actually put an onerous demand upon the applicant that might be seen as unreasonable. But I'd certainly...
Can we add an informative?
I can come back in at this point.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll just highlight condition 9, which requires all hard and soft landscape works. So that includes tree planting to be implemented prior to occupation of the development. I think in a practical point of view, so tree planting stuff and other planting generally is it's only feasible towards the end of the development once drainage and other works have been put in place. So but just to highlight that condition.
So can we just add the wording to, so thank you for drawing our attention to it. Condition 9 covers the business about if trees die within 5 years. So if within a period of 5 years from the date of planting or replacement planting, any tree or plant is removed, uprooted or destroyed or dies, another tree or plant of the same species and size as that originally planted shall be planted at that same place as soon as is reasonably practical. Can we just add to that and maintained for a further 5 years? Would that be suitable, Councillor Thornborough? Okay, I think that probably solves the earlier problem, does it not? It does. Yeah, okay, right. Right. So I just had a couple of points and I will come back to check if Councillors Hawkins and Gawthorpe Wood had some further points. I was concerned about 7.48 on page 52. No, sorry, is it 52 or 12? It's 7.48, sorry, on page 17. Yes, oh yes, this was about internal routes within the buildings to get out. Some internal routes appear convoluted, and on upper floors there are long double-loaded corridors, some without natural daylight. And that made me worry about fire risk and the risk of escape. And I wanted to know whether we had had specific response from Cambridge Fire and Rescue on the safety of the design. Because they also go on to say there's a serious concern that lobbies and corridors will feel restrictive and oppressive. This should be designed out as far as possible. So I just wondered, is there anything we can do about that? I know these are only going to be 5 stories at the most high, but it kind of immediately put me in mind of whenever I go to a hotel, I always walk the fire escape route before I do anything else.
So the development will have to comply with building regulations in relation to fire safety. So there's guidance, detailed guidance on that in relation to sort of corridors and so on. So they'll need to comply with that. There's
So you're saying they would have to comply with fire regulations? Yeah, okay.
and just on the point about natural light as well. So most of the internal corridors do have natural light. I think it's 2 corridors within Block C, the sort of first and second floor, serving 16 apartments, which that's the only corridors without natural light.
So that would rely on artificial lighting all the time to make it navigable.
That's correct. I think we've discussed the layout kind of quite extensively through the application process and pre-application process, and also certified that the access routes to lobbies and cycle stores and onto the street are generally sort of convenient and sort of well thought out. And yeah, it's those 2 corridors are the only 2 which don't unfortunately have natural light due to the layout of the scheme.
Okay. The other thing was green paving, and I think your S1 landscape slide showed us a view, a CGI of the proposed development, and it had patches of grass between the paving. And I'm also, same thing, it's relating to the street on the northern side of the first, of the down the middle of the S1 development, which has some very twiddly, convoluted roadways. I think it's described as well, I'm not sure if that bit's described as a living street, but yes, here we are, up at the northern end. Yes, it's called a livable street west. So it's right up at the northern end, nearest the Ridgeway. I wondered if you could put your slide up. Thank you. And the green paving was in your S1. Yes, so there we are. Where the arrow says livable street, that actual paving through there looks very awkward. Now, I'm assuming that's because a dustbin lorry doesn't have to go down there. So there's questions about that. Is it actually navigable, or should it actually technically not be navigable? And is that because you want it to be playable rather than drivable? The second thing was there looked to be some very tight corners. I know there have been swept path analyses done, and we have excellent drivers for our shared waste team, but some of these look very difficult. The third thing is, I'm sorry this is a bit mean to ask you at the drop of a hat, but what length are we allowing for on-plot parking in front of dwellings? Because I know in another development that we have locally where cars park in front of their garages, the result is that because the garages are up and over doors, the cars park set back from them so that they can open the garage door, which means that then the car overlaps onto the pavement. And I just wanted to know what sort of space is being allowed for these on-plot parking. Councillor,
Might we just ask for a 2-minute comfort break, just to allow the officer to do that you've just mentioned? Thank you.
Absolutely. Would you like that? So we're 7 minutes to 1. If you'd like a pause, yeah. Would anybody else like a pause? Okay, some might. Okay, we'll pause while the officer's looking at that. Thank you. We just need to wind up now. We've got further questions, if any, from Councillor Hawkins and then Councillor Gawthrope Wood. Sorry, I had some other points as well. My further question was, sorry, before I come to you, the green paving and the twisty streets. Did you want to come back on that?
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just share my screen quickly. So just wait for this to load.
We're waiting for that to load. The point was at 7.82 in our agenda. The officer report refers to the 2 livable streets have an even tighter configuration and rely on green paving to demarcate sinuous and traffic-calmed routes. So the implication is that traffic will drive through there. There remains a concern that vegetation will not survive during dry periods in green paving. And the other one was to, thank you very much, that shows it exactly. The concern was that the green paving in your slide, which was headed S1 landscape, which was a CGI, it showed, I think it's called, where you have occasional paving stones out. Are you looking for that? If we could see that, it was one of the...
So I can show you that slide here. Yep.
That one, there, that one, yes. And it shows this miss and hit paving with green in it. And I thought the chances of that actually surviving as grass were almost zero. And was that and is that what is delineated on those semicircular bits?
Yes, so correct. So just in terms of to take the general design point of these streets first, so these are proposed to be essentially access only for residents who have parking along these streets. So very limited use. So the refuse vehicles, for example, don't need to access these livable streets. And they've been specifically designed with this kind of sort of sinuous kind of layout to reduce traffic speeds to a design speed of 5 miles an hour, so that they are shared spaces which you can safely and comfortably sort of walk on and share with vehicles.
Yes, but what I'm concerned about is with the restricted amount of parking per plot. My concern is that actually people will park on those areas and it'll become even more constrained because that's exactly what is happening in other developments around the city and in our district. So I'm just concerned that if the green paving is intended to deter people from parking, given that actually the people who've got cars there will drive over it to get their cars out, I think it's exceedingly unlikely to work. So that was just my concern. And also, will the management system control the parking in such a way as to stop people parking behind their property or in front of their properties?
Yes, so as you say, there'll be the on-site management of the scheme. So the streets will be managed by the developer present made. So that'll include sort of management to deter any sort of inappropriate parking on streets. So the streets are quite narrow and specifically designed so they're not really it's not really possible to park along them.
So we'll rely on the management system. The final point was, I noticed at 10.119, which is on page 46, it refers to the 318 spaces for cycling will be in gas-assisted two-tier stands. Now, as evidenced in a working demonstration by myself, a lot of women and children would not be able to get a bike onto the top deck of even a gas-assisted double-deck stand, and people always prefer single-deck parking. And I'm just wondering, is there any space for them to put a few more? They've got 98 Sheffield stands, plus some additional for, there's 12 spaces for cargo bikes and oversized cycles. But, so there's 418 resident cycle parking spaces are proposed, which is in excess of the 391 required. And the submitted plans show 318 to be provided as gas-assisted two-tier stands. Is there any chance of having any more of those on the ground level?
So there's quite a lot of competition for space within the podium, which is why they're praising sort of the gas-assisted stands. But if members minded, we could include an additional condition to look at sort of further optimisation of the sort of layout of cycle stores and whether any additional Sheffield stands can be provided. I think it would be difficult to put a specific figure on exactly what would be provided.
I wondered if we could monitor the usage, and through the management company, just as an informative, that land be set aside, just identified in case there was not enough usable cycle parking.
Through you, Chair, I think that might be an onerous, complicated requirement. I'm wondering whether, under the circumstances, and noting your concerns, but also appreciating that clearly a lot of work has been done in terms of how to best accommodate the cycle stands, it might be worth just withholding the partial discharge of cycle parking details set out in your table on page 56, should you be minded to support the scheme. Condition 43, sorry, cycle parking details, we can not discharge the details submitted regarding cycle parking to enable a further opportunity to look again at alternatives that don't rely so much on the higher stands.
Two-tier stands. If we could do that, would be useful. I appreciate spaces at a premium here, but also I appreciate they may not all be used initially, and it might take a while for people to take up their usage. But if it was possible to look at provision of more single, ground level stands, that would be handy. Okay, members, I'm minded to move us towards a vote at this point. Ms Kelly, do you want to summarise everything we've suggested amendments for? Yes, sorry, any final questions? Sorry, sorry, there were two people, yes, just before that. So I'll take Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Gorthropwood, and then Councillor Thornborough. If you could keep these.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. One of the things that was raised by one of the objectors was the environmental impact assessment. We've not actually mentioned that or dealt with it. Can we have an answer? Did we need one? Should it be revised? If not, if it was, then why wasn't it? Etc. etc. I just need some clarification, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there is a section in my report, paragraph 3.9, 3.9, which addresses the environmental impact assessment. So the outline permission was subject to an outline to environmental assessment, and it's considered that as the proposals are generally in compliance with the parameter plans, and that a further environmental statement is not required at this stage.
It's not deemed, because the request was that it's from 2013 and that it might be out of date. Is it your view that it does not need to be updated?
That's the officer's view. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. You want to come back?
Yes, please. I hear that the view is that it doesn't need to be reassessed, but it's an old one, and we have heard from neighbours that there have been environmental impact due to this development. So doesn't that question the validity of relying on this old impact assessment?
I'm wondering if what we're actually talking about is two different things. I think are we talking about we're not talking about the ecology here, are we? We're talking about the environment, the impact on, well, there's air quality, noise, and I assume dust would be included in there. Do you want to come back?
If I could try and assist in terms of helping you understand. So the outline permission would have been an EIA development, and so the significant environmental impacts arising from the whole of the development would have been assessed at that time. And this is a reserve matter application that complies with the terms of the outline permission, but we have done that check as we're required to do as planning officers. So we screen to assess to make sure that the environmental impacts that would be generated by this phase of the development, S1 and S2, wouldn't significantly deviate from that which we expected to be generated under the outline permission. So because the actual quantum of development, the nature of the land use and all these types of things, the uses proposed are all in accordance and compliant with the, with the uses that was envisaged in this part of the site, there are no significant additional environmental impacts that would be generated by this detailed reserve matters application that would require a new environmental impact assessment to be submitted to accompany this application. So we have gone through that assessment and we are satisfied, and we would have regard to the types of environmental impacts that would have been generated as part of our assessment of that process. So, okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Right, now I don't obviously have the outline master plan, and I note on page 30, 1017, that there's no key worker dwellings on here. This is build to rent, okay, it's the Cambridge University and Present Maid who are doing the developing. Now, is there any way that for the build to rent we can have affordable housing included? There have been similar applications, obviously not on this, not on Eddington, but nearby, where we have been able to do that. So, is there any way?
Okay, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
So as this is a reserve matters application, the affordable housing provision was determined through the outline plan permission. So it's not within the scope of this application to revisit the provision of affordable housing within the wider site. So as you say, the outline provision makes the outline permission makes provision for 50% of the dwellings to be market housing and 50% to be key worker housing. And this development will contribute to the delivery of the market housing and element of that, and the sort of key worker housing will also be delivered through, partly being delivered through existing phases and also future reserve matters parcels. But essentially, there's no scope to revisit that as part of this application and seek to secure any additional affordable housing.
So can I just ask, how does the overall site requirement, 50% market, 50% affordable, I think you said, how is that monitored on the overall site? Who keeps an eye on that?
So we monitor that through reviewing obviously the permissions and completions data. And there's various triggers within the section 106 so that the market housing so that the key worker housing has to be delivered sort of within a certain threshold, so that a certain amount of key worker housing has to be delivered by by a certain point, and so we'll monitor that, and the applicant and the development, the wider development is compliant with those requirements.
Right, okay, members, I'm going to move us to I'm almost going to say no, because we've had such a round the houses. If it's something we've already discussed, I'm going to say no. So what was the subject?
It's about enforcing the 80 litres per person per day.
Go ahead.
Emma Davies said that under the previous conditions that this would be certified, but I'd like to understand how that is done, because it has failed across the site, and we have to ensure that it is delivered. And if
some clarification to the officers, maybe from the applicant, of how they're going to demonstrate that this 80 litres is going to be complied with.
Before occupation.
Okay. Ellie, how's best to do that?
Additional condition which requires the applicant to submit details of the certification prior to occupation, with detailed wording to be agreed by officers in Emma Davies.
Great, let's take that wording. I think that makes sense. So that's an additional condition about the 80 litres. Just as a matter of interest, I note that if you're a person living on your own, you still need to keep your house clean. If you're two people living together, you can share the house cleaning between you, or between your literage. And I'm just wondering, how does that work out? You know, one person living on their own in a one-bedroom flat still has to clean the flat, and yet that comes out of their 80 litres. Slightly easier for two people.
There is a real problem that blocks of flats they're only being fitted with one water meter. In modern blocks of flats, there's one water meter going in, and therefore, but
nobody knows who's using it. So if we can put some kind of condition that explains how we're going to demonstrate that individual flats are only using the right multiples of 80 litres per water per day relative to the residents. There's only one water meter per block of flats, and who knows who's using lots and who's being frugal.
Yes, perhaps we agree the detailed wording with Chair and Vice Chair.
Okay, good. Right, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, you'd covered all your points, had you? Yeah. Okay, we're all done. Right, so, members, the recommendation... Yes, do you want to sum up? But while we're looking at it, the recommendation is on page 56 under item 11. But if you'd like to sum up,
if I could take the opportunity just to sum up, I think we've had quite a thorough discussion today, and so the planning officers demonstrated that obviously a lot of work's gone into the evolution of these proposals as presented today. All the dwellings that we are seen as part of the scheme are built to rent, offered for private market rent, and that 10 years entirely compliant with the outline planning permissions for the site. The scheme complies with parameter plan requirements approved as part of the outline planning permission. It's acknowledged there are a number of areas where the proposals do diverge from the design code for Eddington, but the design code does recognise that future designs may come forward which aren't fully design code compliant. And in the view of officers, the areas of non-compliance have been appropriately justified in terms of layout, scale and massing as required by the design code. I just wanted to take the opportunity, if I may, just to pick up on a specific number of comments made by members, particularly with regard to the overheating issue. We've heard from Emma Davies about the work undertaken in respect of overheating in relation to the S2 apartments. All of those apartments pass the modelling requirements required under Part O building regulations and are compliant with those regulations. Officers are of the view that the design has minimised and mitigated risk of overheating and also ensures adequate ventilation for all units. Note that a number of concerns for members do arise from these issues. concerns raised about potential poor living conditions for residents arising from the designs of the apartment units. I'd advise that caution should be taken by members if you do wish to pursue these grounds of concern. Officers would need greater direction from you as to how specifically the proposals that you see today don't comply with local plan policies with regard to issues of design and residential amenity. I note third-party concerns relating to construction activities. These have been addressed today and in the officer report. You're reminded that the developer will be required to comply with the requirements of the approved site-wide construction environmental management plan and will also be required to submit a site-specific construction method statement. I'd advise members to look at all of those issues that have been discussed today in relation to the scheme as a whole. None of the individual elements which have been raised as a concern are, in the opinion of officers, unacceptable in planning terms, with a package of planning conditions, as we've discussed today, with additional further conditions as discussed. And on balance, officers' view is that the design approach and the scheme before us is acceptable today. It's a high-quality scheme which will bring forward some good landscape proposals, high-quality architectural design, and social benefits by diversing the housing offer in Eddington, and environmental and economic benefits. The scheme, in the view of officers, does accord with the development plan framework and is acceptable with regard to all material planning considerations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Kelly. Okay, so we come to the recommendation at item 11 on page 56. Do you want to? Yes. And there are a number of amendments and conditions, aren't there?
Yes, that's correct. So this is a two-stage decision here, and I'm going to read out. So I'm on page 56. So that the first limb of that recommendation is to approve reserved matters application reference 210436 REM, subject to planning conditions and informatives as set out in Appendix 1, with authority delegated to officers to undertake any minor changes to those conditions in Appendix 1, with additional conditions proposed as discussed today. And I'm just going to summarise those. Yes, so the first additional condition relates to details of the phased construction of the site, to use all reasonable, to put the requirement to the developer to use all reasonable endeavours to enable access through the ridgeway where possible. To proposed condition 9, to refer to the maintenance of trees for a further period of 5 years following replacement planting. An additional condition which requires the applicant to demonstrate certification of the 80-litre water requirement to ensure compliance. And I would suggest that where we have recommended those two additional conditions relating to phase construction and certification of 80 litres water requirement, we have authority for officers to agree the precise wording in association with the chair and vice chair of this committee.
So members, thank you very much, Ms Kelly. Were we also going to pause on the cycle parking details? How did people feel about?
Come to that on the next limb.
Oh, okay, right. So that's for the first limb. Okay, do you want to move on? Sorry, I don't want to
take a vote on that recommendation first.
Okay, so members, we're looking at the first limb, part 1, as described by Ms Kelly. If you'd like to vote for that, would you like to raise your hands? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody against? 1. And anybody abstaining? 1.
I think, Chair, if I may interrupt you, there's in effect 2 abstentions because Councillor Flaubert has now left, I believe. I can't see her.
She can't vote at all because she has left before the vote. So I think she's just not part of the committee at this point. So against was 1 and abstain was 1. So that is carried as far as I'm concerned. Is that tie up with you? So that's carried, item 1. Thank you. Ms Kelly, do you want to take us to the second?
Thank you, Chair. And then we move on to the second limb of the recommendation under 11.1, and that's to approve the part discharge of the outline planning conditions listed in the table on page 56, where they relate to this reserved matters application. With the amendment to condition 11, which we will not discharge, that relates to hard and soft landscaping.
I think, sorry, if I may just, I think we'd resolved that one by dealing with it at condition 9.
This was so we could ensure that we look at the relationship with the boundary to the
yes,
residential
fine,
properties.
absolutely, yep.
And also to not discharge condition 43, which relates to the cycle parking details, to enable further discussions with regard to trying to avoid, where possible, the two-tier stands.
Thank you very much. Okay, so members, are those in favour of that part 2 limb? Do you show? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody against? 0. Anybody abstaining? 1. 1.
We had 7 before and now it's only 6.
No. So that's only 6. Somebody hasn't voted. Did you count 6 for? Sorry. I do apologise. So 6 for, 6 in favour of, nobody against, and 1 abstention. Sorry, I apologise for that. Okay, members, I propose we ought to stop to have some lunch. I'm sorry for the people who are waiting, but can I ask members, would you be? Is that agree? I'd suggest it's 20 past 1 at the moment. Can we come back here by 22? Okay. Right, 10 to. Thank you. Thank you, members. We'll call a halt there. So if you can come back by 10 to 2, please. Oh, gosh, it'd be helpful if I had my... Here we are. So, members, next item is item 4, and it's now 5 to 2 on the 17th of August. So, this is 22/02591/FUL-RSC40 and land south of Robinson Way, Addenbrooke's Hospital. And this relates to the Surge Centre. We've got James Truitt with us to introduce the report. Please to go ahead, James.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. This application is for the retention, change of use, extension of the Regional Surge Centre 40 to provide orthopaedic centres, orthopaedic wards, new and realigned vehicular access, and associated infrastructure and landscaping for a temporary period of 10 years up to the 31st of December 2032 and returns to a service development plot within 12 months of the cessation of use. So the existing RSC 40 buildings were built on the Cambridge University Hospital Addenbrooke site as permitted development under Schedule 2, Part 12A, Class A of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development England Order 2015 as inserted by the Town and Country Planning Permitted Development Coronavirus England Amendment Order 2020. Bit of a mouthful. In September 2021, a Section 73 application to vary the conditions associated with the General Permitted Development Order, which extended the temporary nature to enable the use of the building up to December 2024. So the existing use of the building is for the emergency coronavirus use, and the proposed use of the development is for Class 2 residential institutions and hospitals. So that's what the change of use refers to. The proposal is to increase the proposal is in response to the significant increase in the NHS waiting list and aims to help meet the backlog in elective surgeries. So a bit of site context. So the site is here, denoted in the red line. It lies south of Robinson's Way, north of Dame Mary Archer Way, south of the multi-storey car park. It is also to the west of the recently approved Children's Hospital. The site lies next to the recently approved Cambridge Children's Hospital and falls within the outline approval of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus Phase 1. The proposals do not form part of the wider Cambridge University Hospital Master Plan or the outline, though the proposals are considered to offer a suitable meanwhile use to meet an intermediate healthcare issues. This conforms with the principle of development which is established through Policy 17 of the Cambridge Local Plan, which supports development where it can be demonstrated that it meets a local, regional or national healthcare need. Further, the proposals are not considered to impact the delivery of the wider master plan, and alterations have been made to the relocation of the access, which is shown here, it's clearer on later slides, to enable the delivery of the neighbouring green corridor as part of the Children's Hospital. An EIA screening assessment has been undertaken as part of this consideration of the proposal, and the proposed development is not considered to constitute EIA development. This slide here shows the proposed site plan. The lighter coloured blues are the existing, so this is the existing RSC wards, RSC 40 wards, with the plant in light blue. The slightly darker coloured blue are the linking extensions to the front and to the rear, and the dark blue is the proposed wing and associated ancillary buildings for plant for this building. The proposals will provide an additional 1,810 square metres of floor area, and the proposed theatre wing is 8.1 metres high, 21.4 metres wide and 64.4 metres long. In terms of highway safety and transport impacts, the proposed barriers to the entrance are a measure to maintain, just here, they're a measure to maintain control over the parking on site and ensure the integrity of the wider parking strategy. The wider site will provide, the site itself will provide an additional 32 staff cycle spaces and 2 off-gauge cargo bike spaces, which are located here. This conforms with Appendix L of the Cambridge Local Plan in terms of staff cycle parking and is consistent with the approach taken on the neighbouring Children's Hospital. The number of visitor parking spaces, which are located at the front, would allow for 4 spaces. This falls short of the local plan. However, considering the temporary nature of this application and the projected use of the site for orthopaedic use, the 4 visitor spaces are considered acceptable. Further to this, opposite the entrance, just over here, next to these trees, there is an existing cycle parking stands. So this is around 15 metres from the edge of the site and around 40 metres from the entrance of the site. The site provides no car parking, but does provide 6 drop-off bays and 1 ambulance parking bay. The site is directly adjacent to a multi-storey car park, which is indicated here. And there is a site-wide staff parking strategy to enable there to be enough spaces across the whole of the site, Addenbrooke site, for staff parking. Landscaping and biodiversity. So the existing vegetation on the site consists of a central swale, amenity grasslands to the north and grassland to the south and west. These elements are being retained and additional planting is being provided, including shrubs, climbers, wildflower meadows and mixed planting. The hard and soft landscaping details are still under discussion and yet to be agreed, and a condition is recommended for the planting details, boundary details and hard surfacing and maintenance. So this is for the specific details of them rather than the location of them. The southern ancillary buildings will be visible from Dame Mary Archer Way, and their visibility is proposed to be softened by timber fencing with the climbing plants. The application sets that an estimated biodiversity net gain would be 74.38%, exceeding the 20% goal of the emerging local plan, but this represents a temporary gain for the lifetime of this development, and any future permission will meet the 20% requirements. This slide shows some elevations. So the existing elevations will be clad with an insulated metal face cladding in a colour scheme and rhythm which matches or is similar to the neighbouring car park and future Cambridge Children's Hospital. Sort of yellow tones here. The bricks used will match the red brick already used on site, and the proposed cladding meets the building control fire safety regulations. The applicants provided additional information on fire hydrant provision in the vicinity. We are still waiting for a response from the Fire and Rescue Service, who recommended a condition, but in light of them not responding, this condition has been remained on the recommendation. The proposed development meets a target of BREEAM Very Good with an aspiration for excellent. This is below the requirements of Policy 28, but considering the temporary nature, it is acceptable. Additionally, it's seeking an all-electric approach and targeting a minimum of 3 water credits, potentially 4, which is very good because considering the clinical nature, it would be very difficult to achieve maximum BREEAM credits for water efficiency. The scheme is supported by the Council's Sustainability Officer. It's not possible to implement a green or brown roof to the structure, as there is limited space and due to plant, making it not feasible. This would not meet the requirements of Policy 31, but again, considering the temporary nature and also taking into account the roof structure, limited space, it is considered acceptable. This shows some of the ancillary buildings to the south of the development, as you can see here. Just to give an example of what it will look like from Dave and Mary Archer Way. The design approach is supported by officers and is appropriately considered and interfaces with the existing context. Water management and flood risk. Part of the site, as you can see, this sort of northern part, is in flood zone 3. The NPPF requires applications within or partly within flood zones 2 or 3 to provide wider sustainability benefit and ensure that development will be safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere. The proposal would provide essential facilities to help the hospital meet the wider capacity issues as a result of the coronavirus, and the finished floor levels are above 300 millimetres, above the ground level, therefore meeting the previously mentioned need. The sustainable water drainage condition is recommended by the LLFA, but the proposed development is considered to pass the flood risk assessment, sequential and exception tests. The proposed surface water drainage strategy includes permeable paving on the access roads, filter drainage for the pedestrian hard standing, and permeable paving under drainage for the roof runoff. The existing and proposed drainage systems will flow into the existing swale on the southern boundary of the site, and foul water will connect to the existing private network. The applicants have suitably addressed the issues of water management, and the proposals are considered in accordance with policies 31 and 32 of the local plan, and is supported by the LLFA and EA, subject to the recommended condition. This is the recommendation for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Truitt. Just one point of clarification, which I'm struggling with. The plan that you showed us of the elevation, is it only the new building that's two-storey? Because the current part of it is one-storey, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all single story.
It's all single-storey.
Yeah.
So what we were seeing was actually the roof elevation. When you looked at the elevations,
This here.
that
Yeah,
one,
so
yes,
this.
so we're looking at the roof there.
Yeah, so this is the plant screening to shield any of the
Okay,
plant.
right, that's great, thank you. So it's all one story. Thank you
Yes,
very much. Could you also clarify, at the northeast corner of the site, it's got a wiggly red line boundary, and I think that was the existing access, which was done like that for some safety reason, but now I think you're restoring the entrance to the site to a directly right-angled entrance to it, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. So the existing site access follows this curvature here, but because of the future children's hospital here, it's been realigned so that this does not impact the delivery of the neighbouring site.
Final thing I wanted to check was the lead local flood authority has said it's, if you go to your flood picture, the lead local flood authority has said it is that one, because what we notice is that the site completely intercepts that potential flow route for surface water flooding. And I know at that corner, it's still just going over ground, it's not being passed by a building, but I just wanted to check that this application doesn't do that thing, which is to divert a water course which might put other people at greater risk of flood.
Yeah, thank you. So as part of the sequential and exception test, this was explored and it was considered to be acceptable as it doesn't impact any other development as a result of the scheme, and that's partly due to the proposed surface water drainage strategy, although details of this are requested to be secured as part of a condition.
It's protecting the building itself by taking it up 300 millimetres from the ground level, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry, right, so thank you. We now have the Karen Charlton. Thank you. Thank you for waiting, Ms. Charlton. Karen is the Director of Capital, Estates and Facilities Management at Cambridgeshire University Hospital NHS Foundation Trust. And you have 3 minutes, Karen. So we look forward to hearing what you say.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'd like to also thank the officer for the well-reasoned report and welcome the recommendation of approval. The RSC 40 was constructed in response to and to aid the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And given the public investment in the RSC 40, it seems sensible to apply and extend the buildings to address a particular backlog in orthopaedic surgery, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic. The British Medical Association calculates, as of May this year, that the total number of people waiting for treatment on the NHS is around 6.6 million, with over 330,000 patients waiting over a year for treatment. That is 13 times higher than in May 2020. On top of this is a hidden backlog consisting of patients who require care but have either not yet come forward or who have had their referrals cancelled due to COVID-19. And then looking closer at Addenbrooke, as at the end of July, we have 4,161 patients on our orthopaedic waiting list. 1,591 patients are waiting surgery. and 263 of those patients have been waiting over a year. Over the 18 months from April this year until September next year, our surgical waiting list will increase to 2,608, so quite staggering. The recent calculations across the NHS estimate that it will take 10 years for the NHS to address the backlog and require surgical capacity at 130% of pre-pandemic levels. The proposed development before we will provide much needed additional surgical capacity for patients, and the funding to develop this scheme is dependent on a 10-year permission. So the proposed development will enable the planned continuation of elective surgery throughout subsequent winters, and you may know that often during the winter our elective activity pauses in order to support the the emergency demand. So this will really be beneficial for years to come. The application site is identified within the wider master plan, and that location will be where we plan to build our new acute hospital in the early 2030s. So at the point of securing a planning permission and funding for that development, then clearly this development will, as the officer stated, is a meanwhile use. So finally, I just want to reiterate my support for the officer's recommendation and trust that the information that we've provided and working with the officer will assist members in considering our application and approving this really important and much needed patient facility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms Charlton. And I'm assuming Michael Hendry would only have spoken if... okay, thank you very much. Right, thank you very much. So, members. So, Councillor Porra, Councillor Thornborough, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood. Okay, so Councillor Porra.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to recognise that I know we had a similar one earlier where we were a bit worried about the visual impact and the lack of biodiversity. So I wanted to thank the Hospital Trust for doing that. I think even though it's a meanwhile use, it's important that not only for the patients and staff working there, so I appreciate the biodiversity net gain and I appreciate the attempts to screen what is probably not going to be the most beautiful building, but in the longer term, obviously, it will be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thornborough.
I think there was concern when this was brought forward as a temporary building to deal with the surge that it may become a longer temporary building or permanent building. And I think it's important that that's recognised. And I can see that the elevations have been made more acceptable by putting panels on to match similar type of panelling elsewhere, but it makes it look like a more permanent building. Is it possible to ensure that this building only remains in use for 10 years and that there will not be another application for temporary use or permanent use? And that's because of concerns that temporary buildings are not to the standard we would really wish to build to for long-term use. And I recognise that there is a real need for the orthopaedic provision here. I might have missed it, but is there going to be, if this is in place for 10 years, how can we ensure that a long-term orthopaedic centre will come forward so that at the end of this 10-year, if it's granted 10-year approval, that the facilities won't disappear from site but will be provided elsewhere in permanent accommodation?
Thank you. And I'm sure members on City Council will remember, those of you who were members before, Councillor Smart, who has intimate experience of the hospital, saying that it should be when we gave permission for the 10 years for the current surge premises, the Regional Surge Centre, he was very clear that he felt it should be very much only for that 10 years. Not because he didn't recognise there was a need, but because he recognised the temporary nature of the build fabric. So, Stuart, do you want to, what I do notice is that Ms Charlton has told us that the site will be used for a new acute hospital, but that I'm not sure if that is the same as an orthopaedic hospital. Can I ask the...
If I can come back, if I may.
Yes, sure.
Apologies, James. But in terms of the wider plans of the Trust, so the Trust are obviously working very hard to think about the future strategy. That's part of a separate work stream. And obviously we need to just sort of focus on considering this particular application on its own merits, recognising that it's a temporary nature, which we can control because proposed planning condition 2 does control that and require that the use of the development ceases on 2032. Now, it's still, the applicant could still put in an application to further extend that time period, but we would have to assess that at that time in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, that's helpful. Okay, so this is what we're looking at today, and any future uses will be the subject of subsequent applications. So, right, the other person who wished to speak was Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
Yeah, well, I'm somewhat reassured by what Mrs Kelly's just said, because I did have some questions on build fabric. I did wonder why in 13.4 they're unable to install a green roof. 17.3, I suppose the number of bike places is okay, but perhaps a bit more on that. And I did wonder about patient drop-off. You mentioned visitors in 17.5. Is this an inpatient hospital or centre, or is this taking outpatients as well? I mean, I've been known to cycle with a crutch attached, but not every. I don't want to be doing that now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the green roof, so a statement was submitted showing the structure of the roof to show that it wasn't strong enough to support that as well as the plant that's already on the roof. So there wouldn't be enough or sufficient space to enable sort of a green roof that would be worth having in effect. In terms of the bike spaces, so it provides above the provision for the site for the staff, who are the people who are going to be regularly using the site. And in terms of the visitor parking, as suggested before, there's the parking the other side of the road, and there are the 4 spaces at the front, but given the use of the building, it's unlikely that the people who are using the facility are going to be cycling, as you sort of mentioned earlier. And in terms of the drop-offs, so it's envisaged there's going to be sort of 2 main pick-up and drop-off times, sort of early in the morning when they do the sort of 6 drop-offs for the elective surgeries, and then the same in the afternoon. So there'll be drop-off and pick-ups occurring, mainly drop-offs at that time and drop-offs at a later time, and then picked up at a later time is my understanding, when they're able to actually then leave the facility.
So, James, just coming back on that, are the surgeries likely to take half a day? Is that what we're saying? So that people would be dropped off in the morning and then be picked up in the afternoon, and then a new set of people coming in the afternoon and being operated on to the end of the
I
day?
would say so, yes. Obviously, there's the recovery time as well, so if people need to have recovery time, but generally the idea is there'd be 2 surgeries throughout the course of the day, so 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon.
Right, thank you very much. But some modelling has been done of the transport movements there, has it, to accommodate that?
Some has, but there is also a transport strategy plan that's been requested by the transport assessment team at County Council, just to ensure that there's enough provision and space.
Thank you very much. So, did you want to come back?
Yeah, could I clarify? I'm really thinking about, maybe it goes to outpatients in a separate part of the hospital, but it's when you have to come back to be reviewed, see how you're doing with whatever it is that you've broken or whatever, where you might, the difficulty is going to be getting in and out, and the drop-offs there, or is that another part? Will these people be going to outpatients, or will they be going to this part of the hospital?
Would you be able to answer that, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not 100% sure, but my guess would be that they'd be going elsewhere once they've had their surgery and then maybe coming back for checks. But it could be a case of that they're going back then again to have another surgery. But there's sort of those two allotted times when it's predicted that people will be visiting for those surgeries, first thing in the morning and then first thing in the afternoon.
Is that something that our hospital representatives could answer?
Would you like to make a comment on that? I think the general feeling is, are we going to have a great conflagration of cars outside the drop-off points?
Thank you very much. Yes, this facility will be purely for the surgery, so for the pre-assessment and then the surgery. Our orthopaedic clinic space remains in outpatient, and we're not looking to change that and really focus this on the backlog and dealing with the actual surgery.
So anybody coming for a review would go to outpatients. Great, thank you very much indeed for that clarification. Mr. Carling.
Thank you very much. Just like to make a couple of comments. I think it's all well and good discussing the idea about, is it really a good idea to extend permission for this indefinitely? But 10 years ago, whenever it was that this was originally approved, we could not have predicted the huge backlog of cases that was going to build up. So really, in this case, I think we just have to. I just wanted to comment on the fact that in quite a few areas in the report, we mentioned the idea of kind of, oh, this is below the usual standard, but because it's temporary, it's all right. And I think it's a bit of a it's a difficult one, but I think it's a bit of a dangerous precedent to set almost to kind of do that quite a few times and let quite a few things slip under the radar. The other thing that I just wanted to ask a couple of more details about was, given that this is temporary and we're building a few more buildings, has thought been given to kind of the sustainability of when they then get brought down again? Are the materials going to be able to be reused easily? That sort of thing. Has thought been put into that in the design phase? Thank you.
Thank you. Just one point, Councillor Carling, my observation, I hear what you say about the temporary use, but we have to look at each application on its own merits. I also just wanted to check with you, you came in after we'd asked for declarations of interest. Can I just clarify whether you wanted to make any declaration at all about any of the applications that we're looking at now?
No, I had an interest in the first item, but none of the others.
That's fine. That had passed by the time you arrived. Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Truitt, could you comment on the business of something being below standard, but it's because it's temporary, it's okay, and then sustainability of materials, etc.
Okay, thanks very much. I just wanted to also make a bit of clarification about the time period that the building's been there. It hasn't been there for 10 years. It was only approved during the pandemic, but it was then extended for a further 4 years, and now this is an extension for 10 years. Although the 4 years is not fully up yet, just to sort of clarify that. In terms of setting precedent, I take your point, but we've got to view it on its merit and also what it's trying to achieve, and that it's in those examples where it falls below the requirements, it's very marginally below, and there's ways that it has been considered to be offset in other manners, which sort of links into the sustainability. So it doesn't meet the requirements of BREEAM Excellent, but it has aspirations for that. But given the clinical nature, it's very difficult to achieve that, and it's got an all-electric approach. In terms of, you mentioned about the reuse, so this is a clarification I recently had discussed with the applicants as well, and there is the possibility that it could be taken down and reused elsewhere, but it's not something that we can really consider too much at the moment.
Thank you, Chair. And just further to James's point about the future use of the buildings, there's a recommended condition number 2, which in that second paragraph sets out that the development should be removed from the site in accordance with a scheme of work that's been agreed by the local planning authority. So we'd potentially be looking there for future use of or reuse of the materials to be included within those details submitted. Thank you.
Very much. Yes, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proposed extension of an existing temporary use. it is quite clear that were any future application to come forward, that would be considered at a future date. And that would apply also to the reuse of the existing building if that were proposed. I think we've heard very clearly from the case officer that where there may be some respects in which it doesn't meet our ideal conditions, it does broadly. I think we've dealt with all of the questions. And therefore I would suggest that we have here a proposal to meet what is clearly an urgent national medical need, which we have, I would suggest, debated sufficiently. So my proposal would be that we now move to a vote. I don't know whether I have a seconder for that proposal.
Councillor Fane, if you'd like to turn your microphone on. Thank you. You've got a seconder in Councillor Hawkins. Having heard your representation, I was about to do exactly that. Thank you. So, members, this is clearly a valid use of an existing site and an important use. So, members, I propose we go to the vote on this. The recommendation that we are looking at is on page 104. Thank you. So, Philippa, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think the summing up just needs to be very, very modest. There's no particular issues which would prevent the application being approved in accordance with the officer recommendation. We've heard that this is a much needed facility to help with the backlog of surgeries arisen due to the coronavirus pandemic. So the officer recommendation on page 104 is to approve planning permission for application 22025991 FUL, subject to criteria 1 and 2 as set out in full on page 104. Thank you.
Very much, members. So all those in favour, would you like to show with a raise your hands? I'll let somebody else count this time.
That's unanimous, Chair. Everyone present has voted in favour.
Do you make that 9? Very much, members. So we move on to item 5, which is on page 113 of our agenda. This is 2 applications, one relating to the city and one relating to South Cambs district. So this is land north of Cherry Hinton, Coldham's Lane, Cambridge. So I think James Truitt is going to lead us through this one as well. I'll just give you a few minutes to gather your wits. I could read out the numbers, if you like, to give you time. This is 22/01966/S73 and 22/01967/S73. Yes, do. Councillor Miss Kelly.
So thank you, Chair. But just before James starts, I'd just like to point out to members that the lead planning case officer who deals with the Land North Cherry Hinton site is Rebecca Wall. You may be familiar with her from members' briefings and so forth. Unfortunately, she's not able to attend today, but James has been shadowing Rebecca's work and working alongside her and the developers and the applicants of this site. So James is standing in today to present these 2 applications on Rebecca's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you set to go? Thank you very much, Mr. Truitt.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen again.
Okay.
Yes, so this is the Section 73 application to vary conditions 5 related to compliance with plans, 13 accessible and adaptable dwellings, 14 wheelchair user dwellings, and 17 sustainability statement of their outline permissions related to South Cambs and City.
And, sorry, just a very brief intervention. The Section 73 is simply a collation of a number of small amendments which are sufficient to justify a more substantial revision, and that's the purpose of the Section 73. Okay.
Yep, I cover that just now, so I'll quickly, if you're happy for me to, I'll quickly just run through it. A Section 73 application under the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 as amended is to amend or vary or remove conditions associated with the planning permission. It can be used to seek a minor material amendment where there is a relevant condition which can be varied and takes effect as a new independent permission. So the outline planning permissions were granted on December 2020 for a maximum of 1,200 residential dwellings, a local centre, primary secondary schools, community facilities, open spaces, allotments, landscaping and associated infrastructure. The principle of this development was established through the allocation of the site for housing in Policy 13 of the Cambridge Local Plan and Policies SS3 in the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan and subsequent outline planning permission. The application is solely to make a series of minor material amendments to the approval of plans and the condition details. Just as a bit of context for the site, so it's on the, let me just change to a laser pointer. So the site's indicated here by this red outline, and you can see it split between the city, which is yellow, and South Cambs, which is this kind of greeny blue. It lies adjacent to Cambridge Airport, southwest of Teversham and north of Cherry Hinton, and abuts Airport Way and Coldham's Lane. As mentioned before, the outline planning permission granted 1,200 homes. It also had provision for 40% affordable housing, and you can read on the rest of the slide the other details, and it included the parameter plans, which will be discussed shortly. The Section 73 application have been rescreened under the EIA directives and regulations, and it is considered that the alterations proposed in the Section 73 applications would not result in changes to the environmental effects to the extent that an updated EIA would be required. Officers are satisfied that there are no resultant material changes to the finding of the original 2019 environmental statement, and this continues to remain relevant. So the changes in relation to Condition 5, which are the amendments to the parameter plans. So this is a series of minor material changes proposed to the parameter plans, which include the reposition of a primary pedestrian and cycle movement network, which this is sort of a before and after, which the same flow follows throughout the rest of the presentation. So you can see that the main change you'll see around this central village square area here. Amendments to the geometry of the street network, again noticeable around the village green area here. You can see sort of the built form changes. Increased quantum and diversity of public green spaces. This is visible across the whole site. And a simplification of the character areas to 3 distinct areas, which I'll mention later, and adjustments to the school boundaries, which you can see here. I'm sorry, here and here. The proposed changes have been subject to detailed discussions at pre-application stage and through the course of the applications with officers from the city and district councils and the county council, including education officers, all of whom are supportive of the proposed changes. The changes to the land use parameter plan are considered to establish a high-level spatial structure that creates a better connected and integrated network of green infrastructure. You can see an example along here where there's an additional green cut through the development. And the number of small open spaces and equipped play areas remain consistent with the approved outline parameter plan. There is only adjustments to the locations of the small and medium open spaces to be more central to the neighbourhoods. The adjustments to the residential land use around the secondary school is supported and is considered to provide the potential for a more coherent built frontage, this area along here, which you can see on the updated plan. The adjustments around the primary school is supported as it creates a potential for a more continuous residential frontage along the primary street as well. So that's this area along here, creating continuous frontage. The adjustments have been agreed with the County Council Education Department, and the mixed-use local centre area adjustments are considered positive and create a more spatially contained primary square, which again, this area here. In terms of the proposed changes to the movement and access parameter plans, the new indicative alignment of the primary school street through the local centre will establish a car-free frontage for the primary school, which strengthens the relationship to the central open space. It also removes cars from the key space where active travel routes converge, in this area here, which shows quite nicely. The public right-of-way is retained through the centre of the development following discussions with the applicants, it has been confirmed that this will be reopened once Cadent Gas have completed the enabling works and will be remained opened for the remainder of the construction phases, and hoarding and gatemen will be in place to ensure public safety. And just to confirm, it follows this darker blue line along here. It's probably easier seen on the previous one, but just for consistency. So the proposed amendments to the building height parameter plan. The building height plan remains largely consistent with the existing plan, as you can see. There are minor adjustments to the boundaries of the areas, such as around sort of this school area here, where there are adjustments. But the proposed adjustments are considered to have little or no impact outside the development over what was approved at outline stage, and the variation to this plan is therefore supported. Changes to the landscape and green infrastructure plan establishes a much greener, high-level spatial structure with improved green and blue networks, which are better connected and integrated throughout the site. Again, this is seen quite nicely through this central area. The public open space provision increases from 15.2 hectares to 16.5, providing more space for biodiversity and vegetation to establish. And the proposed changes help the site to be more climate resilient and offer space for health and well-being. The variation to this plan is also supported. The urban form plan has been amended to reflect the changes made to the other parameter plans. There's quite a few here, so I won't go down through every single one, but the variations of this plan are supported, and overall the proposed development is considered to be an enhancement to the outline scheme, which was approved and has the potential to positively contribute to a high quality design. Moving to the next condition, which the Section 73 application seeks to amend. This is related to the accessible and adaptable dwellings. So the outline planning permission requires 100% of all homes on the site to meet the M42 accessible and adaptive dwelling standards. The proposed variation seeks to amend this to 95%, with the remaining 5% meeting a bespoke housing type, which is known as the coach house. So policy 51 in the Cambridge local plan requires all housing meets this M42 standard, whereas the South Cambridgeshire local plan requires only 5%. So the aim of this condition effectively is to ensure that the homes support the changing needs of residents. The proposed change will see that 5%, approximately 60 homes, will meet the requirements of M42, with the exception that there's no water closet on the ground floor and no habitual room on the ground floor. Thus will effectively form an apartment or maisonette over garage. This type of unit is commonly found across the city and is included on sites including Eddington and Marley, and as advised by the urban design officer, play an important part to the creation of new communities with car-free frontages. This slide here shows sort of the indicative house type, the coach house. So that if this house type is not included, the units would need to be provided within an apartment block with lifts and potentially limit the housing stock. As such, there would be a deviation from the normal policy 51 of the Cambridge local plan. However, given the scale of the scheme and the need for a mix of housing type, officers consider the amendment to be acceptable based on the 5% meeting these enhanced standards. And if you look closely at this plan here, it also includes space for a potential chairlift, which would be on the ground floor here, going up to the second floor, and also the potential space for a future wheelchair lift location. So it has the provision for that to be potentially installed in the future. And that the proposed homes would offer the support to meet the changing needs. Moving on to the next condition, which is seeking change, condition 14, related to the wheelchair user dwellings. Condition 14 requires that 5% of all homes on the site meet M43 wheelchair accessible standards. The proposed variation seeks to amend this provision back to 5% of all affordable dwellings, which would meet policy 51, the requirements of policy 51 of the Cambridge local plan. The South Cambridgeshire local plan has no fixed requirements for the wheelchair accessible standards meeting M43. Policy 51 is underpinned by the National Planning Policy Framework, which states that the local plan policies for wheelchair accessible homes should be applied only to those dwellings where the local authority is responsible for allocating or nominating a person to live in that dwelling, and so meeting effectively what the requirements are of policy 51. The policy does encourage developers to build wheelchair accessible homes. The developer in this instance wishes to revert to the requirements of the policy, and whilst the council's accessibility officer continues to encourage the developer to deliver a higher percentage on site, they have remained neutral on this point, given that it meets the requirements of the Cambridge City Local Plan Policy 51. It should be reminded that this is a split site, and so the standard would be continuous across the whole site as opposed to split between South Cambridge and City. Moving on to condition 17, carbon reduction and sustainable design. So the variation seeks to alter the requirement of 100 homes built to passive house standards to enhancing all homes by providing heat pump technology to the dwellings and enhanced fabric standards. This would deliver an average of 72% carbon reduction compared to the 32% reduction on the existing scheme. This would represent a significant improvement in energy and carbon performances and is supported by the Council's Sustainability Officer and was presented to the Cambridge Equality Panel, who were supportive. This scheme would provide an all-electric approach to heating. Overall, the applicants have suitably addressed the issues of sustainability and renewable energy subject to the conditions in the proposal, and this is in accordance with the relevant policies of the Cambridge Local Plan, the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan, Cambridge East Area Action Plan, and the Land North of Cherry Hinton SPD, and the guidance in the Greater Cambridge Sustainable Design and Construction SPD. And the recommendations are here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Truitt, for that very comprehensive covering of a case that's been dealt with by somebody else up to now, so thank you very much indeed. Members, do you have any questions? Oh, sorry, I do apologise, yes, sorry. Quite so. We have public speakers, Mr. Paul Cutmore on behalf of Cambridge Ramblers. Thank you.
4 hours meeting time.
Thank you. Members, would you like to approve that we proceed after the 4 hours? Can I propose that we proceed? Show of hands. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Fane. So, Mr. Cutmore, thank you so much for waiting so long for us. And you just need to press the button on the right-hand side. That's right. And you have 3 minutes, so do go ahead.
So I'm representing Cambridge Ramblers. We do not object to the development itself. Our concern is the need to keep the footpath which crosses the site open during the construction period. This is a public right-of-way known as Cambridge Footpath 109 and Tevisham Footpath 2. We are concerned because until 5 minutes ago, the developer had demonstrated an unwillingness to keep the footpath open, but I was very pleased to hear what the planning officer just said. Footpath 109 is an important pedestrian link between Cherry Hinton and Tevisham, avoiding the main road. We were very surprised to find it closed from April to October this year. 2 reasons were given on the site notice. Firstly, to conduct dynamic risk assessment against method statement, and secondly, diversion of gas main. The second reason is because the gas main crosses underneath the footpath. However, at that time, no attempt was made by the developer to temporarily divert the footpath. And so closing the whole footpath for 6 months was and is unreasonable. And until I heard what the planning officer just said, it bodes ill for when the serious work begins on construction. Indeed, and not mentioned in the public reports pack, the council's right-of-way officer has written to this committee, reminding them that the public footpath must remain open and unobstructed at all times. The public reports pack shows an indicative layout showing one crossing point of the footpath with the primary road, but it hasn't changed. This is a bit of a simplification because the primary street in the outline plan ran east-west along the southern boundary of the local centre. In the variation, the street does a dogleg around both western and northeastern sides of the local centre, meaning that the street would run alongside the footpath for 100 metres or so. This variation is bound to increase the interaction between footpath users and construction work, which is already high since the development is itself centred on the footpath route. It may be that the footpath needs to be permanently diverted within the site. If sensible diversion plans were proposed, including keeping the footpath open during the construction, this could be acceptable. So in our opinion, given that construction has in effect already started and the footpath is already fenced off, the construction environmental management plan is probably not the most timely of document to deal with, quote, details such as footpath closures. So, in our opinion, the planning committee should make any approval of this application contingent on the developer providing a plan that keeps the footpath open throughout the construction period. This, we believe, will only be possible if the developer makes provision for temporary footpath diversions within the site. Further total closure is not acceptable. And just to add, so as I understand what the planning officer said, that is already planned. Therefore, one would hope that the developer would be very happy to accept that condition. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Cutmore. Thank you. Would you turn your microphone off now, please? Thank you. Oops, somebody. Thank you. Lovely. Right, so who is the agent? I assume you're the agent for Hill? No, Bellway.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, Bellway Latimer, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. A number of the points I did have set out have already been well covered by your officer, so I'll try and keep this relatively brief. As mentioned by your officer, the Section 73 application before you today has been subject to a very detailed and collaborative process with your officers, which commenced in the summer of 2021 and have been subject to a number of ongoing meetings, attendance at design quality panel and workshops with officers since. I will seek to address the four conditions in turn. Condition 5, amendments to the parameter plans. The proposed amendments to the parameter plans have been made in response to wider detailed discussions held with officers as part of the design code. I won't cover them all, but one of the real key amendments is the repositioning of the primary road, as you've heard, to the north side of the central green. This has allowed the motor car to be situated away from the primary school and away from the local central community uses, allowing the free flow of movement within the central area of the site. We've also made amendments to improve both cycle and pedestrian connectivity through the site to make sure that they are prioritised over the motor car. We've also, as you've heard from officers, improved the total quantum of open space within the site. Condition 13, M42 accessible and adaptable homes. The amendment to condition 13 was also as a result of detailed pre-application discussions, and it relates to the introduction of a specific unit. This unit is a critical unit to increase the diversity of house types and provide a unit for first-time buyers to get their foot on the housing ladder, which hopefully members will agree is particularly important within this part of the world. They have been used very successfully elsewhere within the city, and the unit fully complies with all M42 standards except for the provision for a toilet on ground floor level and a habitable room at the first floor level. Condition 14, wheelchair user dwellings. The proposed amendment to this is again fully compliant with policy 51 of the local plan, as you heard from officers. And as we've also heard, it's also fully compliant with MPPG requirements set out in national policy. The amendment provides additional flexibility for more efficient use of space without the need for very large underused hallway and storage areas on dwellings where they're not needed. Condition 17, we believe this amendment proposes a substantial benefit of the scheme which seeks to deliver an exemplar energy scheme. As you've heard from officers, this will deliver a 71% energy reduction against 2021 building regulations. This is against your own planning policy requirement of 10%. It's also noted within the conclusion to the committee report that this goes substantially above the requirements of planning policy, and we are very keen to be leading the way in this regard. Members will note within paragraph 6.8, 6.9, 6.10 and 6.12 of the committee report that the proposed amendments are fully supported by your urban design, sustainability and landscape officers, as well as Cambridge past, present and future, who we have engaged with on the application. Thank you.
Finished? Or
yeah, that was it. Yeah, thank you.
much. Can I just like to ask you before you leave, could I just ask what your intention would be with regard to the footpath, since that has been raised by the Ramblers Association?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a valid question. I think just to give some reassurance in that regard, I think as the officer said, the footpath's been closed for a period of 6 months. And that was primarily because we've got a high pressure gas main that runs centrally through the site and does directly cross the public right of way. We needed that closure for a period of 6 months in order to relocate the gas main, which is obviously absolutely critical, both in terms of enabling works, but also to be done safely. At the end of that 6 months, again, as you've heard from Officer, the intention is for the public footpath to remain open. It will be manned, obviously for health and safety during construction being a key concern. And just picking up on the point made by the Ramblers Association, we have had discussions with officers about this to date already. I believe that's dealt with under the phasing condition, which is already a condition on the outline consent. So I think it's already dealt with. I don't think we need an additional condition to deal with that specific request, but obviously taking on board the comments from the speaker, obviously keen to continued engagement with all partners, including the Ramblers Association moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And when does your 6-month closure period end?
So I believe, I might get the exact date wrong, but I believe it's the early autumn, so I believe it's October. I think it started in April.
It started in April, so it will end in October.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Members, so it looks like we have Councillor Thornborough, Councillor Carling, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, Councillor Porrer. So, Councillor Thornborough.
The condition, the change regarding the reduction from 100% to 90% for M4-2, I'm just a bit concerned that we're reducing the percentage without being specific, that the non-compliance of M4-2 refers to the 60 coach houses. Would it not be better to restate that, could we not just say it will be 100% compliant except for the 60 coach house design, typology, because this more broad condition may follow that there may be 5% of a different larger house, family house, that they may wish to change to. So it's just sort of tightening up on that one. And then the high pressure gas main, which goes across the site, has nothing to do with this site because it's a gas-free site. When we had a high pressure gas mains going across South Trumpington, it created a large extent of land on which no homes could be built. In fact, it really restricted, we couldn't even put a parking place over it. So if this gas main goes across this site, has that been taken into account when the parameter plan and the detail is coming forward? Or maybe that's not a part of maybe that's irrelevant and we should be not considering that. Thanks.
Very much. Pause a moment. I just want to take advice briefly. Members, I recall that condition for the affordable M42 being put on, and I think the point was, I think it was inadvertently exceeded the local plan requirement, and so this is actually a correction down to the local plan. James, do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you. So in regards to its M43, which exceeded the local plan requirements, 5% of affordable dwellings.
That wasn't my question.
No, I appreciate that wasn't your question. You were talking about the M42 and the fact that this broader condition, you wanted it to be specifically for the, if it's being delivered through this different house typology, you want it to apply to that house typology alone. Am I right? Yes,
So,
Ms. Kelly.
I can confirm that my understanding is that is the case. If you turn to page 150, you'll see the proposed alternative wording for condition 13, which is M42. And there we have the remaining 5% of dwellings shall relate to this coach house design that was presented by the case officer.
On page 151, under paragraph, well, condition 13, it says, there's an additional sentence that says the remaining 5% of dwellings shall permit individual homes in accordance with the alternative solution of the coach house as set out in the document Coach House Design with the date. A compliance statement should be submitted with each reserve matters phase to demonstrate the key principles have been achieved. Does that answer your question? Great. And the gas main, Mr. Truitt, can you advise us whether the exclusion zone that's normal around a high pressure gas main, whether that has been applied? I note that elsewhere, in my knowledge, there have sometimes been these exclusion zones and sometimes not. So can you perhaps clarify?
Yeah, thank you. So my understanding is that this does remain, and it follows, if I share my screen. Share screen. It would follow where the primary road is, and there's these sort of larger landscaped areas, and where the road goes, is my current understanding.
Sorry, do we know where the gas main crosses that?
Sorry, crosses the
Primary road.
So it would follow along here. The gas main comes from this side of the site and follows along, is my current understanding.
Okay. And
If I could come back in, please. Thank you, Chair. On the sort of general issue of the ensuring that the public right-of-way is maintained,
it was a slightly different point. Okay. It was whether the gas main, the necessity for excluding people from the zone.
Understand. Yeah. Yes, please, if I could. So reference has been made by Mr. Fletcher that the provision for the phasing plan provides for the retention of the public right-of-way. I've just had a look at that phasing condition, and I think if members are obviously raising a concern about the need to ensure that the right-of-way is maintained during construction, we can actually firm up proposed condition 8 on these section 73 permissions. You'll find on page 147 the phasing condition as originally proposed in the outline permission. Now, there's been no proposals to change this condition as it stands as part of the section 73 applications, but I'm looking at lim B that refers to primary footpaths and cycleways, but it doesn't specifically state public right-of-way. And I think it would be prudent under the circumstances that we include reference specifically to the public right-of-way, because that would bring that under the phasing plan requirement to set out the broad sequence of providing the public right-of-way and maintaining its accessibility during the course.
I'd be happy that we added that into 8B, so that that's included specifically in the phasing plan. That covers the points you made, Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask very briefly about condition 17, which is the sustainability statement. I think the fact that we're going up to a 70%
What
carbon...
page you're on, Councillor
Oh, sorry, page 118.
Lovely, thank you.
Where was I? So I think it's brilliant that we're going up to a 70% carbon reduction, especially compared to building regulations. We're going above and beyond, and I'm really grateful to the applicant for that. I just wanted to ask, is it such that in the future, if we want to try and retrofit these houses to yet further improve them to Passive House standard or thereabouts, is that possible given the architecture? Can we, obviously, because they're already going to be pretty good, we're not going to need to retrofit them for some time, but going quite far into the future, we may want to. Would it be possible?
Sorry to interrupt you. I just realised I wasn't sure whether I needed to make this declaration or not. I was an observer on the quality panel that considered this. I'm coming to this afresh. I didn't take part. I was just observing.
No, thank you very much for raising that now, Councillor Hawkins. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm sure that will be noted.
Thank you.
Back to sustainability. Oh, yes, Emma. You've turned your camera on. Lovely. Thank you. Perhaps you can help us with that.
Yeah. There would certainly be certain things that you could do to retrofit, thinking about some of the things that tend to be needed for Passive House. So you could certainly look to do things like improve the window and door specification. So Passive House tends to be triple glazed. So that is certainly something that could be done in the future if needs be. I think the fabric specification is already pretty good for this scheme, so it's an improvement on what is required by the new Part L 2021. But yeah, there would be certain things that you could do. So you could enhance the window specification when it comes to certain bits of equipment within the property as well. So things like the mechanical ventilation with heat recovery that's going in, that sort of thing could be upgraded relatively simply. It is all electric, so they're all going to have, air source heat pumps, underfloor heating and that sort of thing, but there would be certain elements that could be upgraded when that is needed in the future.
Very much, Emma. So perhaps, and I'm looking to Mrs. Kelly, whether we could add an informative to allow for or encourage retrofitting to address improvements to window and doors in due course. You're wrinkling your nose. I suggest you don't like that. Have you a suggestion, Emma? I
suppose the difficulty would be any retrofit in the future. It would be quite a way down the line sort of thing. So it would come down to individual house holders rather than it being something that Bellway would necessarily do. So I suppose enforcement of that informative would be quite tricky.
I agree. Ms. Kelly, do you want to comment?
I would agree. I think we've got concerns that it wouldn't be advisable to, for the reasons that Emma has explained, to go down this route.
And I think what we're saying is that the standards that they're meeting are quite high already. Is that right? And so it would be kind of unreasonable to apply that too far into the future.
It is a significant improvement on the new Part L 2021. So we're looking at an average per dwelling of around a 71% improvement on existing, the new Part L that came in June this year. So, these are very high performing dwellings, and we're getting that now across all units rather than it just being 100 being built to Passive House as previously agreed. So I think it is a significant improvement across the board.
Okay, so the feeling is that it would not be fair or reasonable to apply a sort of any kind of retrofit as to condition 17. So moving on, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Okay, just Councillor Carling has asked what I was going to ask, but just following on from that, I'm a little bit confused. Is there now a Part L 2022? There is. So would this come under Part L 22 rather than 21? does Part O have to be complied with? And does the application comply with that?
Can we just let Emma answer that part? Thank you.
Yeah, so when I refer to Part L 2021, that is the same as what came in June 2022. It's referred to as Part L 2021. I don't know the exact reasons why, but it is one and the same thing. It will need to comply with Part O as well. We've been having those discussions around the design code. And when future reserve matters applications come in, that will be something that we'll cover in those applications.
So, Gawthorpe, did you have another point?
Yeah, the other question, page 140, it was just a little bit more on suds versus rainwater harvesting and efficiency. And if you could just give a bit more detail on that, if it's possible. Thank you.
You're actually asking Councillor Gawthorpe Wood, the balance between
I'm
suds
just
and...
finding the reference now, but it was that if the rainwater harvesting wasn't likely to work, they'd revert to using suds, and I'm not too sure, and I wondered if you could tell me why that might happen.
Oh, yes, it says at the bottom of page 140, rainwater harvesting systems can work well. This is the comment from the quality panel. They can work well, such as at Knights Park in Cambridge, but they can also be expensive if they fail. The applicant said they're still looking at this and may move towards a more conventional suds approach if more cost effective. So, Mr. Be able to answer that, or do you want to go for that, James?
I can have a go at answering that. I wasn't present for the quality panel discussion, so I don't know too much around this specifically. But as sort of mentioned before, sort of a SUDS approach is taken across the site. I'm happy to pass to Philippa Kelly if she knows any more than me.
I'm afraid not. I mean, this was a meeting of the quality panel from December 2021. What I would say is I think it's highly likely that the discussions have progressed and far advanced following that statement being made. So we've heard that the green and blue corridor solution that's being proposed as an amendment to the original parameter plan relating to that is acceptable in planning terms, and to our drainage officers who would have been involved in that application discussion and the dialogue. I think the point we should take away is that we're satisfied in planning terms that the solution that's presented to us today will be acceptable.
Thank you. I will come to you, Councillor Porritt. I just wanted to ask, while we're looking at this page 140, over the page there's another request from the quality panel that says, will we be clear on who will own and maintain the public parts and consider some model for management? Can you just clarify that, James? Or Ms. Kelly, thank you. It's the third bullet on page 141.
So my knowledge of the site is that there is an adoption plan which is would be considered under the design code, which is under condition 9. And from memory of that, it shows that large proportions of the site will be by some form of council, be it county council or city council, with very small areas being privately managed.
Details to be confirmed through the condition in due course. Okay.
Very much. And Councillor Porritt.
Thank you very much, Chair. I did have some concerns about the coach houses, but I think I am reassured, as the officer said you were able to retrofit a lift if necessary. So that reassures me on that. I do worry about condition 14, the M43. So in effect, we're removing 36 M43 compliant houses, i.e. the 60% that isn't affordable. And for me, obviously, when this was originally consented, that would have been a big plus, having 5% across the whole site. That's a lot of houses for people in the private rental sector who need a wheelchair or other disability adjustment. I also note that there's a retirement living facility as part of these 1,200 homes. So are we suggesting that that will either all be affordable or will have no M43 compliant rooms? And I'm just a bit disappointed, I suppose, that whilst I understand that they might want to not insist on all 36, we seem to be going to 0, which to me seems to also suggest that the retirement community isn't going to have them. And I'm not aware that it was going to be an affordable provision from what I've seen in all of the papers. So whilst I understand the officer's point that this is sort of coming back to policy compliance, for me, this is decision, the 36 would have weighed heavily in positively for me when looking at this decision originally. So I don't know if the officers could say any more about that, because this is removing quite an important community thing. New houses, M42 is great, obviously, and I appreciate the coach houses too, but M43 is really important. Anyone can be disabled at any time. So you may buy a house and then acquire a disability. That's obviously very common. So I'm concerned about this, and I'm not happy how it sits with the retirement facility either. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mrs. Kelly is going to speak.
Yeah, I think I'd like to take the opportunity, please, to come back with regard to the point you've rightly made about the weighting that was given at that time to the additionality of the M43 units. And just so happens I was the planning case officer for the original outline permissions, which were approved a couple of years ago now. But I've gone back to the officer's report that was written at the time and that was presented before members to JDCC. And I've looked at that planning balance that was put before you, and it was quite detailed in terms of the social benefits of the scheme. And whilst clearly it was highlighted that officers considered that the social benefits arising from the development proposals were of major significance, in setting out what the social benefits were, I didn't specifically make a point of those additional M43 units, and I think there was probably a reason for that, recognising that it was the sort of the additionality. We'd got beyond the policy provision, but I didn't sort of add any more weight to it in making that judgment in the social balance. So I referred to, the importance of the market and affordable homes. I referred to self-custom build residential space standards and all the social benefits arising from that, new community facilities, but not specifically the weight, gave any additional weight to the M43 element. So I hope that in some way helps, may not answer your question directly, but it gives you some wider context as to what decision was taken at that time and the reason for giving the weighting. Okay.
But the upshot is that whereas before that condition was 100% of all residential dwellings, which would have been 100% of, how many are we talking about here?
There were 60, 24 affordable and 36 none by my maths, but I'm sure Philip
And we're
will
now
correct me
going
if I'm
down
wrong.
to 5% of 40% of that total.
But it was always 5% of the total, wasn't it? So I think we've lost 36 from the non-affordable, but we've kept 24 of the 60, if that's right. My maths may let me down. I'm happy to be corrected. So I think that was my point, that obviously I appreciate what Philip, Mrs. Kelly's saying, but I suppose people making the decision on the committee would have seen that. And also, and the retirement thing worries me. Do we know how big the retirement facility is meant to be, or is it not an issue?
No, we don't, and we'll have a look at, when those detailed proposals come in, we'll make the assessment and judgment at that time. I think it's worth pointing out now that with regard to the M43 standards, we're in a situation where we've got a no policy requirement under the South Cambs local plan. We've got a requirement under the Cambridge local plan, and ultimately this is one where it's a balance looking at the overall package of benefits, isn't it? And it's making that judgment on balance as to what would be appropriate. And certainly our officer's view is that in balancing this scheme does have an awful lot of benefits that it is bringing forward. Thank you.
Very much. Yes.
Yeah, could I also just add to that as well, that the condition wording as well says not less than 5%, so it doesn't prevent any more than that coming forward. And further, there's condition 15 on the outline, which is for specialist housing. And it says that a statement should be accompanied to the housing which will set out evidence and demonstrate the need for this type of housing in the development. So I'd expect in that condition as well to show how it would meet those housing needs. So to meet the needs of sort of the older housing as you mentioned before.
Thank you much for pointing us to that. Okay, so this sets the principle of these amendments. Councillor Thornborough? Councillor Garvey?
It's about the building of the primary school, that in Darwin Green, the primary school is barely planned, and there are children looking for places in schools travelling quite far away, and I just wonder whether it would be possible to have the primary school built at an earlier stage in this development.
Reassure those concerns. So officers at across the councils are working together with the developers to ensure that the school will be delivered when it's needed, when the pupil demand is such that it will be necessary. So I think we can reassure you that we are actively working with our colleagues in the education team with the county council, who are reviewing their forecasting methods and looking at the yield, pupil yield from the site and in the wider area, to ensure that perhaps the situations we've been in before in Cambridge don't happen again. So we are actively looking to ensure that the schools are delivered at the right time.
There's a tricky art to getting the delivery of places aligned with this extraordinary term, child yield. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, been canvassing recently, and I've frustrated again in modern buildings having inaccessible letterboxes. And we have a policy in Cambridge City 37G about ensuring accessible letterboxes are provided. I don't know whether that would be part of the design code when it comes, or whether we could add it to condition 13, which is about accessible homes. That was one point. And then my second point is regarding condition 18, which is about the requirement for 110 litres per person per day. Is it possible to amend that wording to add in the requirement for a water meter on every dwelling, subject to wording agreed, delegated to you to put in?
Which condition did you think
that
it
was
might be
condition
added
18 is about the water.
Okay, so that's condition 18. Just one
Just-
moment. Let us
it's to do
pause.
with yes,
Yes,
to do
we
with,
understand. There's
Councillor
a need to
Carling's
monitor.
need for retrofitting. If you want to retrofit and reduce your water usage, you
Quite
need,
understand. Let's just have a pause for a moment while we consider.
So the accessible letterbox issue, I will be pretty confident that that's already been dealt with or being discussed actively as part of the design code dialogue. So when that design code comes before you, we'll make a point, the presenting officer, pointing out and reassuring you that it's considered and it will be embraced within that code. I think we have to be careful with sort of widening the scope of what we're trying to sort of achieve through this through these Section 73 applications. We shouldn't really be sort of opening up further debate and discussions on the additional conditions. And I would say that I would caution against trying to use this as an opportunity to require a water meter under condition 18. Thank you.
Forgive me. Right, two things there then, Mrs. Kelly. One thing, are you saying about the letterboxes that is already being considered under the design code? Great, thank you. Second thing, condition 18 looks like a perfect place for putting in something, because it does say the water conservation strategy shall demonstrate that all dwellings are able to achieve a design standard of water use of no more than 110 litres per person per day. So how can we monitor that unless the dwelling itself has a meter on it? Barbara, our legal advisor. Thank you.
Chair. I think I take the view that Councillor Thornborough's request is outside the application you've got in front of you today, you're looking at conditions 5, 13, 14 and 17. It's quite possible that you may be able to achieve that objective at a later date with another application or another condition coming through for approval. So I'm sorry, I think you're pushing the boundaries too far for today.
Could we put an affirmative to ask the applicant if they would consider putting a water meter? It's not a difficult thing, is it? Oh, it might be tricky and flat.
Emma's popped up with a hand up.
Oh, okay, Emma, thank you. Can you advise us?
I'm sorry if I could just get my mouse to work. What I could certainly offer to try and help with that is, obviously I'm involved in detailed pre-application discussions with applicants. So that's something that we could discuss as part of those pre-application discussions when we're getting onto the sustainability strategy. We quite often will raise things that members have brought up in committees, so that's quite a useful thing for me to make note of, and then I can bring that up in pre-application discussions for this scheme, but also for other schemes as well, if that would be helpful.
So could we do that as a, because we have to approve these section 73, but could we, how do we make sure that that does go through into discussions with the applicant?
To pick up separately and independently from this.
So can we just minute it from this meeting?
We can record it, and bear in mind we do have the representatives here today that are hearing this discussion, and so clearly they'll be taking on board the points that have been raised this afternoon.
So if we can minute it as a request from this meeting, that we would like to see something of that ilk if that can be achieved. And I saw them nodding their heads. I don't appreciate that doesn't mean to say agreement, but it means you've heard it.
Is there a form of words you want me to finish?
The form of words would be something along the lines of members requested that consideration be given to installing. Members requested that consideration be given to installing water meters for individual dwellings, such that this monitoring could be achieved, or something like that. Taken up by officers with the applicant. Right, okay. I can't see any further questions. Oh, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to come back on the M43. So policy 47 of the Cambridge local plan talks about, in effect, residential retirement homes. I'm just worried that we're going to agree something with 0 M43 and then end up with a retirement facility built that doesn't facilitate wheelchairs. To me, policy 47 mostly implies that it should. It said that it should be designed for flexible use over time.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Porrer. This application is not relating to a retirement facility.
But what I'm saying is, if we say that we have 0 M43 homes that are not affordable, that means that the retirement facility could be built without any M43 requirements.
That any retirement facility would not be on S1 or S2. Not on this.
It
okay,
is.
Right, I see what
you see what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one would hope the developers would have the sense to build a retirement facility that did adapt to wheelchairs. But I suppose what I'm looking for is some comfort, because I don't feel that condition 15 at the moment is sufficient to say that. So I would rather like something, because actually in some ways, if the developer had come back and said we're going to 0 for it, but the retirement facility will be M43, I would actually have accepted that as probably a fair compromise. So I just want to be sure that we're not tying ourselves in knots and going to end up with either an unusable retirement home or the developers potentially coming back and saying, well, we're not going to build one now because we don't have to put any M43 in. I just want some comfort before I feel that I would be able to vote for it, as to whether maybe we could strengthen condition 15 to remind. So I'd be grateful for the officers' views on that, Chair.
I'm going to take advice of officers.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Pora. I'm hearing you, and I understand your concerns, and looking at condition 15 probably wouldn't be unreasonable to include within that paragraph about how the specialist housing details that are submitted in due course includes within the specialist housing statement how the achievement or how it goes to demonstrate that M43 shall be achieved. We can work on that wording, but I think there's certainly scope to widen the wording to reassure you.
So could we add at the end of, this is all one sentence, but it's basically all reserved matters application for specialist housing, including housing designed and designated for occupation by older people with specific housing needs, close brackets, shall be accompanied by a specialist housing statement which shall set out the evidence and demonstrable need for this type of development. This should include reference to sufficient provision or provision of M43 where appropriate, or sufficient M43, or
I think we can clarify this and refine it with delegated authority left with officers, but certainly we can work on this to give the comfort that members are seeking today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Porra, for pursuing that point. Okay, so members, I think we are almost in a position to come to a vote. So the recommendation is on page 132, and we need to take this in two sections because there are the two applications for each of the core planning authorities. So at 10.20, we'll take this one first. So the recommendation is to approve the application reference 22/0196/S73, subject to, sorry, I've done this. Would you like to have summed up?
No, you're absolutely fine. We'll just continue as we're going. If I can pick up then, so to approve the application, subject to criterion 1, conditions and informatives set out in the report, and I've noted that there are 2 updates to the condition, which we will give delegated authority to officers with regard to the wording. The first update relates to condition 8 in relation to the phasing plan and the requirement for the public right-of-way to be included in that, and regard to be had to keeping that open during construction. And then condition 15, which relates to specialist housing, to widen the scope of that to ensure that there's the referencing to demonstrating how specialist housing for M43 has been achieved.
Could we use the actual wording, making it wheelchair accessible as well, not just the M43?
We will do. Yeah.
Element 2 is authority delegated to officers to carry through minor amendments, and that's with the agreement usually of the chair and vice chair, or do you want to do it just?
In these circumstances, we haven't thought that's necessary. If you're of a different view, then, or can we keep it to officers only?
So can we take a vote on that first element then? All those in favour, would you like to put your hands up?
That is all, Chair.
So 8 unanimous, thank you very much. And 10.21, I should just mention that when I read the application number, I think there's a missing 6 in the previous reference number. Okay. Which I think should be 22/01966 10.21/73, but we've approved that. Thank you very much, members. So moving on, the second part is 10.21, approve the application reference 22.01967/73, subject to presumably the same condition amendments as we mentioned in the previous one. So that's the strengthening condition 8 to include the phasing, in the phasing plan to include the maintenance of the public right-of-way through construction, and condition 5 to include reference to wheelchair access and M43.
Condition 15.
Under condition 15, sorry. So members, and any subtleties about that to be delegated to officers, are you happy with that, members? If you're in favour, would you put your hands up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, all 8 again, Chair.
Thank you very much. So both of those are carried. Thank you very much, members. That's great. And as we said at the beginning of the meeting, item 6 has been deferred until we have the design access statement, the design code updated. Thank you very much, members. So I end the meeting at 3:30. Thank you very much, members. Could you take us offline, please? Yes.